IB Nation, welcome to another edition of the Irish Breakdown Podcast. It's Monday, so that means it's time for the Notre Dame Recruiting Hour. That's the Director of Recruiting at Irish Breakdown, Ryan Roberts. I'm Brian Driscoll. And Ryan, we are going to continue our dive into the 2025 class, a class that you and I have been saying for months now is a really talented class. And today we're going to talk about the wide receiver position. And I think this is a very important position and a very important year for Notre Dame, Ryan, because when Chancey Stuckey was hired, when Marcus Freeman took over as the head coach, things weren't in a great position at wide receiver. They ended up signing Tobias Merriweather, but lost C.J. Williams after Brian Kelly left, lost to Maureen Walker, went to Michigan's now playing corner. C.J. Williams has since transferred to Wisconsin now, right? And then, of course, that steps into a situation where you had a pretty thin, injury-prone receiving core that had a lot of problems last year, at least early. Numbers were always a problem. Stuckey hits a home run in his first class, 3 kids from Texas, plus Rico Flores. One of the 3 or 4 best receiving classes in the entire country, in my opinion.
Yep.
Along, obviously, you had some other great classes. Ohio State had, to me, the best receiver class in the country. Notre Dame's wasn't on that level, quite on that level, but it was really outstanding. You fast forward to 2024, there's been some moving parts in the receiver class, but the 3-man class they have is very good. I'm very curious to see how it's going to be after their senior seasons. I don't think it's as established as last year's receivers class was without Isaiah Canyon, who was pretty raw but very talented. Want to see what Micah Gilbert's going to do. Want to see what Logan Saldate is going to do. Having a guy like Cam Williams, big-time player. I like Micah Gilbert. Let's see what Logan Saldate does. A really good follow-up receiver class. So in a short period of time, they've really restocked the class, Ryan. But I think when you fast forward to 2025, now is when we're going to really start to see, can Notre Dame become a legitimate, consistent recruiting force at the position? Because you had a lot to sell in the last 2 years, Ryan. Thin depth chart, all these other type of things. Now you're recruiting against what is a much improved depth chart. So now it comes down to what's your vision, what's your your sales pitches, all that type of stuff, the relationships. This is a class that's fully on you and your staff. I mean, 100% on you and your staff. What are they going to be able to do in a year that's it's I wouldn't say the receiver class nationally, Ryan, is quite as stacked as some other positions, but there's some really talented, very important players in this class for Notre Dame.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a good class, if nothing else, right? Like, there's a lot of talent and there's a lot of really good, there's a lot of fits that we can get in this class as far as, what the numbers will end up looking at. I think for me, Brian, like the best recruiters out there are guys that stack, right? They stack class after class. And that's where you get into the situation where when Alabama was at its precipice, when Georgia is where it is now, it's because it wasn't just one class that ballooned it, right? It wasn't just one class that took you over the edge. It was that you just had 3 to 4 great classes in a row. And then you finally start to really get that depth on a roster. And I think that when you look at wide receiver, I mean, the 7 guys that they've gotten in the last 2 years, not only is there a lot of talent there, but it all fits really well. I mean, we talk ad nauseum about how the 2023 class with Jaden Greathouse and Braylon James and Rico Flores and Caleb Smith, like how that could fit so well together, because all of those guys, yeah, there's some similar things that a couple of them do well that are, that occupy kind of the same traits, but they all can line up at different spots. They all can mesh together well. They all can really fit. And I think that the 2024 class, for me, it's another class that I think fits really well, right? I mean, you mentioned it. Losing Isaiah Canyon was a blow, but to be able to come back and get Logan Saldate in such a short amount of time, you have Cam Williams, who's that true outside receiver that can threaten all levels of the field. You have Micah Gilbert, who can play outside and then maybe even potentially work in slot at some points with his route running ability. You also have Logan Saldate, who is a true slot, a guy that can really take advantage of his route running and his ability to win in space a ton. So 2024 and 2023, I think they all fit together really well. Moving into 2025, though, because like you said, I mean, you got 7 really good, talented receivers in the last 2 years. It's now about taking it to the next level, because there are some things going against them. But I would also say that there are a couple things that could help Coach Stuckey, right? I mean, one is the longevity and the consistency, right? Now being on the job for a couple of years, you have another year on the resume of being a wide receiver coach on the major college level. You also have been recruiting quarterback really well over the last couple of years. So that's a big sell for wide receivers to want to come play. And also, you're going to have the 2023 season. And if Sam Hartman and this wide receiver group are able to put up some really nice numbers, then you look at these wide receivers and say, like, why do you not want to be a part of this? Look how much improvement this passing game has had just in the last couple of years, and especially in the 2023 season. So there's some battles that need to be had. It's a good class in 2024, and I really think that Notre Dame has a chance to stack 3 straight classes, really good ones together, if you're Chancey Stuckey, and to transform this wide receiver room into a big negative, a lot of question marks a couple years ago, to being one of the strengths of your team moving forward on the roster.
Right. I think you nailed a couple of points there really quick. Number one is obviously you're going to have a much better product to sell this year, or we believe it is going to be. It can't be worse than what it was last season. So that means the relationships right now are the key, right? It's using this summer to build those relationships. And we've seen that. I mean, a lot of the kids we're going to talk about today have been on campus, if not once, multiple times this offseason. And so they've done a good job there. Now it's about going to be about closing, about getting some of those young guys on the field, showing like, hey, you can come here and play early on and that type of stuff. And I think the other part you hit on is, when we look at what Ohio State did in recent years, it wasn't built like like the expression in Rome wasn't built in a day, right? Same thing with the Ohio State receiving corps, for example. It took some years of good receiver recruiting before it got down to the elite receiver recruiting. You go back to 2014, they got Terry McLaurin, Curtis Samuel, Johnny Dixon, Noah Brown, Paris Campbell. It's a really good receiving core, but there's no Garrett Wilson in that group. They got KJ Hill the next year, who was a good player. You go out in 2016, you get Alex Mack. Different position. Austin Mack, Benjamin Victor, good football players, not elite football players. You've got Trayvon Grimes the next year. He didn't quite pan out, obviously. You go to fast forward to 2018. They got Cameron Brown and Cameron Babb, who are highly ranked guys, Blue Smith. But the jewel of that class was actually 3-star Chris Olave. And who obviously was, and then all of a sudden it starts to pick up, because by that point in time they had started to put some of those guys into the NFL. Now they weren't like high picks, right? Terry McLaurin wasn't a first round pick. Paris Campbell wasn't a first round pick. Those guys weren't super high picks, but Michael Thomas was a second round pick. But they started putting more and more of those guys out, and then that led to eventually you get the right recruiter in there, and boom, it picks up. 2019 they go out there and get Garrett Wilson. Jameson Williams were in that class together. You look at the next year, they get Jackson Smith and Jigba in the next class, and then of course that kind of started the ball. G. Scott, Julian Fleming, an elite receiver class, and now they're just kind of stacking those on top of each other year after year after year. Yeah. And so, but there comes a point in time, to your point, Ryan, where the production has to match, and that's what Ohio State did. The production and the NFL results matched. And Notre Dame is it's going to be a while before they can sell the NFL part of it. But right now they can sell the relationships, the vision, and then now they're finally going to get a chance, hopefully, to sell the offense. And hopefully that'll have an impact on this 2025 class. Let's talk about the needs in the 25 class of receiver, Ryan. Let's just briefly talk about numbers and just kind of the players that you think Notre Dame should be targeting from a stylistic standpoint in this 25 class. So numbers. And then what are the specific receiver needs that they have in this class, in your opinion?
Well, I think it kind of mirrors the 2024 class to a degree, right? Like, I think that you need a well-balanced receiver class of about 3 players. And we'll see, obviously, it's so tough to predict numbers, because there's the initial numbers, then numbers can change so quickly, right? Is there a transfer? Is there an injury? Is there a guy leaving early for the NFL? Is there a guy going back to college that you weren't anticipating go back for an extra year? So numbers can change. But as of right now, I would say 3 is the number. And for me, Brian, it does mirror a lot of what we saw in 2024. 2024, you got Cam Williams, who's pretty much that pure outside receiver that can affect all levels of the field. You got Micah Gilbert, who's another outside receiver who can also has some flexibility to play in a couple different spots. And then you have Logan Saldate, who's more of an inside receiver who can play outside in a pinch, but he's being recruited for his route running inside, for his ability to win in space. So I think more than anything, it's about making sure this class fits, right? Like, you don't want the same 3 guys on this 2025 class. You don't want 3 slot receivers, because you're not going to get all 3 of those guys on the field at the same time, more than likely. You need to be able to have guys that have some position flexibility, but more than anything, that can fit together on the field, potentially together. Because we know how things work, right? Some guys are going to be exactly what you think they were going to be. Some guys are not going to be what you thought they would be. And there's other guys that are going to be better than what you think they are initially going to be. So predicting that is the hard parts. But the thing that you know that you can control is that you want two outside receivers, guys that can line up, a guy that can line up in the boundary, a guy that can line up to the field. If either one of those guys have some position flexibility to play multiple spots, it's fantastic. That always adds to it. And then you need another guy that can live in the slot and that can really affect games on a decently high volume in there. And if he can rotate, again, that's fine. That's perfect. You want that type of guy. I mean, I think back to like a Garrett Wilson from Ohio State, right? It's like Garrett was a slot receiver mostly at Ohio State, like a large number, but he could also play outside if you needed him to, right? Like he wasn't just the slot receiver. So I think 3 and making sure that 3 fit really well, a little bit of interchangeableness, but making sure those 2 outside receiver spots and the slot spot are spots that you can effectively fill is the big thing for me.
I'll add one more need on there, Ryan. I do think that with the loss of Isaiah Canyon, I do think there's a need for one really long guy, a boundary type of long guy that they really didn't get in the 23 class.
Yeah.
Tobias Merriweather isn't really that guy either. He's more of a field guy right now. Now, maybe Tobias, when he gets stronger and those type of things and a little bit older, he could move to the boundary. We saw Chase Claypool make a transition like that, although for Chase, it wasn't about strength. It was just you already had guys there, older guys there. But more so, you would maybe down the road Tobias. But of course, by the time the 25 class shows up, Tobias is going to be a senior or in the NFL, depending on how the next 2 years goes, which I know, dude, I feel that way every single time. Like, hold on a second. Like, oh, okay, that class won't even be there. But I do think there is a need for at least one like longer boundary type of player in
Deion
this class.
Colsey-ish type of
Deion
player,
Colsey,
right.
Miles Boykin, that kind of player where you look at that type of guy. I think Isaiah Canyon fit that mold really well in the 24 class, and obviously he's now out of that class now. So I think that's something that they should target. I also need to apologize to people where apparently we may be causing marital problems in some people's relationships. I love this comment from Sean Rogers because we're about to get into some of the weeds here, and I thought this was perfect timing. Sean says, I've been listening to IB way too much. I caught myself talking to my wife about the kids on my daughter's under 14 travel team as having high ceilings and low floors. So you're an IB lifer when that's going on, Sean. So I love that. And we're about to talk about a lot of that here coming up soon, Ryan, because what we're going to do next is we're going to kind of dive into the board specifically. We're going to talk about some of the players that we like, where things stand with Notre Dame, and then we'll dive into some film, a little bit of film of some of the top targets, not all of them, but some of the top targets. And then, Ryan, you had a really good, about 20-minute long interview with Derek Meadows recently, and we'll talk about Derek a lot. So we're going to play that during the show as well. And then when we come back from the interview, we'll dive into the mailbag. So a lot of you already put some mailbag questions in there. If you have more, go ahead and throw those in now and we'll get to them. They can be team related as well. The mailbag doesn't have to just be about recruiting, but obviously this is a great time to get all your recruiting questions in since we have Ryan on the show today. So Ryan, when we look at this board for Notre Dame, obviously it starts with one player, and we're going to kind of work through it in different ways. This is not necessarily a ranking of the number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 targets, right? It's a sort of the top group of targets. But I do think the one thing that I think we can confidently say is true is that the very top target on the board for Notre Dame is Taylor Taylor. I think that's a fair thing to say, not just and it's not just because he's a regional player, but honestly, that matters. That matters to the importance of getting him. But we talk a lot about Notre Dame needing to get more dynamic athletes, Ryan. Taylor is certainly that guy. So let's talk about Taylor, where things stand, why he's an important player for Notre Dame.
I mean, yeah, because we talk about this all the time, Brian. When there's a player that's in your backyard, and he's out of Geneva Community, which is an outskirt, obviously, of Chicago, so it's right there. When you're talking about a player that is an hour and a half away from your school and is an elite football player, a high-level player that SEC schools, all the Midwest schools, ACC schools, everybody is recruiting a guy like a Taylor. You need to be able to keep him at home if that's a player that you really want. And obviously, that's a player that Notre Dame really wants. 6'1", 175 pounds. He kind of fits that field slot type of outlook. A guy that can play on the outside, can play on the inside, can affect multiple spots potentially. Brings route running upside, brings incredible explosiveness, short area burst, really smooth athletic kid overall. And he's a kid that obviously we know Notre Dame wants, and they're off to a good start. They are. I mean, he's been to South Bend already multiple times this offseason, including the Grill and Chill 2 weekends ago, which obviously was the last huge recruiting weekend of the summer for Notre Dame until we get into the school visit. I mean, the game day visits will obviously be big when we get to the fall, but he's a player that Notre Dame wants very much. I've had the opportunity to talk to Talon in the past, as well as his mother, Venus Taylor, and they're high on Notre Dame. They are. But the thing here that people need to understand is that you're off to a good start, but there is so much competition here, and the timeline for making a decision is one that's not going to be rushed. As of right now, the Taylor family is talking about season visits, then official visits, then making a decision. So this isn't one that's going to be thought. This is not going to be decided until after his junior season, until after that offseason, probably right before his senior year. That's kind of the timeline that we're looking at right now. So we talk about this all the time. Maintaining momentum is a huge thing in recruiting. Maintaining it and seizing it and maintaining it. You have some momentum with Taylor, but you need to now be consistent. Keep getting this kid to come back to campus. Get him on campus for Ohio State. Keep getting him on campus for hopefully another game day visit. And then obviously visits went after the season comes. So be consistent. Keep making this kid want to come back to school, and keep making him feel like an absolute priority that he is in the class for 2025. You need to make sure that you stay on this kid, because you have to understand it's going to be a lot of competition.
Ryan,
you have to be able to willing to fight that fight.
I'm going to say this, and I'm going to make a statement. I want you to agree or disagree with it. To me, it's great that Notre Dame's able to get kids early. Getting talent, to me, with Taylor, I don't know if he would have committed early if it would have been Notre Dame. With a lot of receivers, we see that, right? Big time guys. I will say this. I think the fact that he is in no rush to make a decision is great for Notre Dame. I'm going to say that for 2 reasons. Number one, I think it gives this staff more time to build a connection with him, because they can be patient with him because of how well they've done in recent years. And number two, having Taylor go through an entire season of what we think this offense is going to look like this year, to me, is huge. To where right now, I feel Notre Dame has placed themselves in a great position already. I don't think that he has a leader per se, but I think there's a small, clear list of schools that includes Notre Dame and Michigan, among others, that he certainly has in sort of right now they're standing out among others. I think Notre Dame is in that. But if Notre Dame can put the product on the field that we think it has this year, combined with the relationship they're already building, as you talked about, I think that could be huge. And so I know Notre Dame's motto always has been load up, load up, load up. But I actually think the fact that Taylor isn't in any rush to make a decision could end up being a really good thing for Notre Dame, because he's going to get all that time to see what Notre Dame is going to put on the field this year, and then to get a chance to see what the freshman receivers are going to be and that type of thing. And
yeah, well, and there's a lot of things that make you feel positive about that recruitment. Obviously, like I said, the early, positive momentum, getting into campus multiple times offseason, that's awesome. He also has a great support system, right? Like his family's awesome, and his mom is a college softball coach, so she understands the recruiting process. She understands how to handle visits and all that type of stuff too, which I think is very beneficial for this recruitment, which I think will be big, kind of working down the stretch, which is great. And I also think this, Brian, like this is a big time kid, right? Like this is a top 50 type of recruit in 2025. And if he committed today to the University of Notre Dame, for instance, right, in the hypothetical, then for the next year and a half, you're going to be hearing about, is he going to flip? Is he going to flip? Because people aren't going to the schools are not going to stand down to Notre Dame for a wide receiver. They're not going to. It might be a different case if, let's say it's an offensive lineman, right? Let's say Owen Strebig commits to Notre Dame tomorrow. It's like, can I really beat Notre Dame for an offensive line recruit that
Right.
wanted to commit early? Wide
Right.
receiver is a
What's
different
what's
animal.
the
You need to
negative
prove yourself
recruiting?
there.
Yes. What's the negative recruiting you can do to an offensive lineman going to Notre Dame? What's the negative recruiting you can do to a tight end that's going to Notre Dame, right? I mean, that's
Exactly.
the point that you're making, and I agree with it. And that's kind of where I'm coming from, because I think what hurt Notre Dame with some recruits like a Justin Scott, for example,
Yep.
it was very clear immediately that Notre Dame was the school to beat for Justin Scott. So every school that wanted him had one team that they were negatively recruiting against, and it was Notre Dame. And when I say negatively recruiting, I'm not even meaning that in a dirty way or a way that you and I would find underhanded. I mean that more
There's
so.
a target on their
That's
back.
the team to beat, right? Exactly. I think it's a
Yeah.
better way of saying it, because I don't mean negative recruiting the way that we often think it. I just mean,
Yeah.
hey, we've got to overcome that school. So all of our
Right.
plans are geared towards overcoming that school. And I think that's partly why Notre Dame just kept going down his list, is because everybody was beating up on Notre Dame. Well, they haven't produced an NFL kid since this time. They haven't done this. They haven't done that. That's negative recruiting, but that's the kind of negative recruiting that is okay. That's okay
Factual.
because it's true. Yeah. It's
Right.
a
Yeah.
negative
Yeah.
towards Notre Dame, but it's a negative that's built around reality. Notre Dame hasn't had a lot of success producing a lot of big time defensive linemen. So that's kind of what I mean. And that's also adds to what I'm referring to here, is because there isn't one school to beat up on right now. There's a group of schools that he clearly likes a lot early on. And so people can maybe key on Notre Dame, but I don't know if that's going to have the same impact with Talon, because it's almost like when you don't have them as your leader, you're like, why is everybody so focused on Notre Dame? It is interesting how these things can kind of play themselves out. But once the product
Yep.
on the field, and this is why I think it's a huge year for Notre Dame offensively, if the product on the field is legit, then that could be the kind of thing that really makes them hard to beat for Taylor Taylor. Because as you said, he's got a mom who's a college coach. She understands the importance
Yep.
of getting a great education. She also understands the importance of you can get a good education at a lot of places if this place doesn't
Yes.
develop you for what you're trying to do vocationally, which is to be a football player at the National Football League. And that's what a lot of folks miss when we think, well, this kid said he's about academics, but why did he choose Ohio State? Because his chosen major is he wants to be a professional football player, right? So
Sure.
why would you not look at that? Because if you have the right support system, you can still get a good education at Ohio State. It's not Notre Dame, but you still get it.
Yep.
But the education you're going to get at your chosen profession, which is a wide receiver that wants to play in the National Football League, it's a no-brainer right now. And so I think that's where this could have a big impact. So I think they've done a great job so far. They have to be willing to be in it for the long haul with him. And that's going to be the key. But I think that what the product we're going to see this year is going to be very, very important. It's another guy, Ryan,
that fight, man. Can't back
100%,
down. Cannot back down
100%.
from it.
And I will say this staff has not shown that. This staff has not shown an unwillingness to battle for those top guys. I think sometimes maybe if a guy's slightly below, they'll take that guy and just say, well, we can get that guy. But we saw this with Kingston. We've seen this with even with Justin Scott. I mean, they didn't move on to somebody else until they had lost that battle. I think this staff has shown a willingness to fight that fight. And I think that's certainly something that helps Notre Dame out quite a bit as well. Let's move on to the next guy on the board, Ryan. And I think a good place to go next for me is a young man who we're going to interview here, or you interviewed, but we're going to play that interview here later. That's one of the more intriguing players in this class. And we'll dive more into it when we break the film down later. But Derek Meadows is who I'm referring to, from Bishop Gorman out in Las Vegas, Ryan. There is probably not a kid on the board who has a bigger gap between what he is and what he could be in this class than Derek Meadows. Visited Notre Dame this summer, and we heard some rumblings from sources that he did really well at that event. But ever since that event is over, Ryan, it is so clear, and you said at the very beginning of your interview with Derek Meadows that people get to listen to, this kid's clearly a priority for Notre Dame in the 25 class of receiver.
Well, you mentioned it with needing size at the position in 2025, right, Brian? I mean, this kid is the tallest on the board right now. He's 6 foot
Ryan,
4.5.
what name
6'5".
was going through my head when I was talking about that particular player.
That's him, yeah. I mean, he is when you're talking about, because we had a piece that went out on him a couple days ago, and he was standing next to next to Chancey Stuckey, excuse me. And Chancey Stuckey's not the tallest guy in the world. I think he was only like 5'10-ish. somewhere in that ballpark. But I mean, he dwarfed Chancey Stuckey. Like, he absolutely made him look like he was incredibly short. So I mean, this kid is 6'4.5", 6'5", and is a really, really good track and field athlete as well. I mean, he is a state high hurdler. He's a 14 something high, 110 high hurdler. He runs the 100, he runs the 200, he runs the 400, 4x4. Like, this kid's a freak athlete. He really is. Height, weight, speed, dude. And he camped this summer at the Irish Invasion, and he impressed Notre Dame. And since that conversation and since seeing him in person, he's become a priority for him. It's the funniest thing in the world, Brian, because there's a lot of projection to Derek Meadows, right? There is a lot of projection. Because, yes, height, weight, speed, freak. He has all the variables that you look for athletically, but he had 6 catches for 97 yards last year for Bishop Gorman. That's all he had. But yet, one service has him ranked as number 72 overall player in the entire class in 2025, and the number 9 wide receiver. I mean, to speak volumes to what people perceive his upside to be, that's it right there. I mean, not much production. Now, obviously, going into his junior year, because he was only a sophomore last year, he's expected now to take a big jump as a producer on the field for Bishop Gorman, a school that is coming off a 14-1 season. Everybody knows Bishop Gorman. I mean, they win the Nevada State Championship every single year, and they're one of the best teams nationally, seemingly every single year as well. So he's being developed, I think, by a really good coaching staff. He's a part of a great program, and he's got a really interesting backstory. He actually, Brian, I don't know if I told you this, but he was born in Jersey, spent a little time in Jersey. He lived in Aurora, Illinois for 11 years, and then now he lives in Nevada. So he's got the Illinois ties as well.
No, you're holding out on me, Ryan. You definitely were holding out on me. Yeah, you were definitely holding out on me.
It was in the piece I wrote, man. It was in the piece I wrote. I'm just saying.
I'm just messing with you.
Yeah. But 11 years, he's an Illinois guy. He understood Notre Dame a little bit, but now he's doing a deeper dive. And I mean, you'll hear in the interview, folks, but a lot of the things that he values in finding a program are things Notre Dame brings to the table. And he has a great relationship with Notre Dame early. I would say that they are the team to beat right now for Derek Meadows.
Yeah. And there were a lot of older players on that roster too, Ryan. You know, Zachariah Branch was on that Bishop Gorman roster last season. You had Audric Harris was on that roster. I mean, there were Caleb Irving is an older player. There are some older guys on that roster too, which kind of factors into partly why he didn't get a ton of playing time last year. Plus, he's also a really raw player. Yes. And I will say this: I think that looking at his recruitment, he's a guy that gets a lot of interesting conversation with Notre Dame fans because, as you said, the film's not going to be impressive because he had like 6 catches. Some of the film on his highlights is actually like JV film. It looks like JV film because it's like in the middle of the afternoon and that kind of thing. But as you said, the raw tools are enormous. And I do think that Notre Dame is in a position, Ryan, because of the success they had the last 2 years, that you can take a chance on a kid like him. You can take a flyer on a kid like him. And I think that's why it was so important to land the numbers in the 24 class and then followed up with another strong 23 class and then followed up with another strong 24 class. Because now you've got 7 guys in 2 years. You can say, hey, we don't need this kid to come in and play as a true freshman. And if he develops over the next 2 years and he can, great, it's added bonus, but it's not a need per se. And I think at some point in time, you've got to be able to take flyers on a kid like this, Ryan, because if they would have let's say they decided, well, we're going to wait until he proves himself a little bit more. And then let's say Derek Meadows goes out there this year and what he did this summer at different camps is what he does in the fall, and he blows up. Now, all of a sudden, you had your window to really put yourself in front, but now Georgia's coming, Ohio State's coming, USC's coming, Texas is coming, Bama's coming, because they're talking about a 6'5" freak athlete that ran a 4.5 flat laser timed as a sophomore in high school that can jump out of the gym. Yeah. And now good luck getting him now, right? And so I think that's really what Notre Dame is banking on. And I think it's smart strategy, Ryan, but it's only smart because of the past success. If they were still looking at this class as we just need kids that can come in and play right away or we're going to be in trouble, I'd have a harder time justifying having Derek Meadows this early as such a priority because he does need so much work. So does that make sense? So I think it makes a ton of sense, and it's really a smart strategy for Notre Dame, but they're able to do it because of the recent success this staff has had at the position.
I agree. I mean, because I think 2023, you look at especially, and it's like almost every one of those kids are high floor players, right? It's like you got two for sure in the early enrollees, and I think Caleb Smith brings a pretty high floor to the table when he's able to
If
get back
not
fully
for
healthy.
his
Obviously,
if not for his
yeah,
shoulder, Ryan,
yeah,
because I think the only difference you and I had on Caleb Smith was the upside.
yeah,
I think I'm a little higher on the upside. You felt right. This is a kid to come in and help you. I mean, good route runner,
yes,
catches the ball well,
yes,
can return kicks. It was the ceiling disagreement that we had
yeah.
with him. But
I,
to your point, Braylon James is the only kid that came in with the thought of this kid needs a lot of work, but he has
yep.
the highest ceiling of all those guys.
Three out of four, I think, had significant floors. Excuse me. I think when you look at 2024, Cam Williams has a high floor. I think Micah Gilbert has a high floor. I even think Logan Saldate has a pretty solid floor to the
Agreed.
table.
A lot of
I
KK
really
Smith in him,
do.
Ryan. I've
Yeah,
given in. I've given in. His name's
that's
KK
it.
Smith on the roster. I've given in.
That's it. Yeah, I know, man. I saw that too. That's funny. But I mean, yeah, I think all those kids, for the majority of the last 2 years, you've gotten some high floor receivers, which you needed, right? Like there's been too many gambles and they haven't paid off for whatever reason, right? And I think that that's one big thing that Chancey Stuckey's done is he's gotten a lot of high floor kids
Mhm.
that are going to come in and play, man. Like Jaden Greathouse, right? Like we could talk about the upside of Jaden Greathouse as a fan base all we want, right? Like is it all American? Is it just really good starter? Is it leading receiver for 2 years? Like what is the upside of a Jaden Greathouse? We can have a great conversation about that.
Is he Juju
But
Smith or is he Javon McKinley? Right? Like
right,
that's the conversation that we would have about him. But he's
but
going to
but
be
I
one of
don't.
those two, barring
Right.
injury.
And we could have that conversation and there could be a bunch of different vantage points, a bunch of different perspectives. But I think everyone would agree, though, no matter what you think about Jaden Greenhouse's upside, there's very little bust factor there, right? Like he's going to play football
Yeah.
and he's going to do a
It's
good
just
job.
injury.
Yeah,
That's the only thing
exactly.
because he's going to work. He's got the
Exactly.
attitude and he's got the
Yep.
skill.
Yep.
Right. And so getting those kids, the same thing with Rico Flores. Is Rico Flores are going to be a star at Notre Dame? We can have that conversation. But what I know is Rico Flores is ready to play right now.
Right.
And I think
I think
Cam Williams will be that kind of kid. And Micah Gilbert physically will definitely be that kind of kid as well. So I do think that taking a fly, and we're seeing that with several kids in this class, Ryan. They seem to be more willing to take some chances on kids for different reasons. And that leads us to the next player on our board that we're
yep.
going to discuss, and that's Jerome Bettis Jr., who goes to it's Wood
He was at Westminster School. Now he's at Woodward
Westminster.
Academy. Yeah.
That's right. I knew
Yep.
it was one of those W's down in Georgia and Westminster. And
Yep.
so this is an interesting player too, Ryan, because when you watch the sophomore film, it's not impressive. It's really
No.
not. And it's not impressive in the same way that Derek Meadows has very little sophomore film, but the little film he has it's pretty good. Right? I mean, he does some good things. Jerome Bettis Jr.'s junior film or sophomore film does not show a Notre Dame caliber player. His summer work, however, shows a different kid. He's grown
Yep.
about an inch and a half, and and it reminds me a lot of what we saw the first time we saw Bryce Young, who's a Bryant Young's son, who's now a Notre Dame commit. And the first time we saw him, we said, boy, that kid's got some really good DNA, but he ain't a Notre Dame player right now. But you take a chance on that. And now all of a sudden, by the time he's going into his senior season, he's got offers from USC, he's got offers from Michigan, he's got offers from Miami, because everybody sees like, oh, this kid's really good. And Notre Dame got on him really before anybody else. Notre Dame was, I think, the first big offer he had. I think when they offered, I think Duke was about the only other really kind of Power 5 caliber offer that he had.
Yeah. And he
And I
was only
think,
like 215 pounds at that
yeah,
point or
he
something like
looked
that.
about a
Yeah.
buck 85. Remember that
Yeah.
photo we took with Marcus Freeman, and he had like these giant feet and these giant hands, but he looked like
I
a shooting guard.
I think he was still playing wide receiver at that point too for his high school. It was like, what is this right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you look at Jerome Bettis Jr., and we can be honest and say the film right now is not Notre Dame caliber, but Notre Dame has had him in camp. They've seen the camp workouts. They've seen some other workouts he's done. There's an expectation of, hey, we really want to see the junior film and see if it jumps, because I've been told he's up to almost 6'3" now. His speed is taking a jump. You're kind of betting on the DNA a little bit. And that's where they see in Jerome Bettis Jr., which, again, Ryan, you could not afford to do if not for the success of the 2 previous years. So let's talk about where things are with Jerome, because I got to say, Ryan, I really respect the way that Notre Dame is going about this one with
Yeah.
Jerome Bettis Jr. and how they're recruiting him.
And Jerome Bettis Jr. really appreciates it. He really does. I mean, because the minute that you hear Jerome Bettis Jr., everybody knows who Jerome Bettis is, right? Like we're on a Notre Dame podcast, but everybody, NFL, college football, and anywhere in between, like they know who Jerome Bettis is. Like he brings a big name. He's an NFL Hall of Famer. He's a college football Hall of Famer. Tremendous football player, obviously. Big reputation there. So when you hear his son and you see no recruiting ranking by most services, and you see a smaller offer list, you're like, it's because of his name, right? He's being recruited by his name. That's your assumption that happens. And it's okay to admit that. It's okay.
Sure.
But the minutes that he was offered, and since then, consistently getting on campus, I think 4 times this offseason, at least 3 times this offseason, 3 to 4 times this offseason, which has been crazy. Jerome came on this podcast and he talked about this, that the coaching staff is very upfront with them. We're recruiting you for you, not based on what your last name is. We want you to be a part of this program. We don't want your name to be a part of this program. Your name's already a part of this program. We want you, though, to come and play football in the 2025 class. And he's incredibly receptive and he's incredibly appreciative of that. Like he talks about Chancey Stuckey, he talks about Chad Bowden, he talks about Marcus Freeman, and he talks about those guys that are just making him aware that this is real, man. Like we want you to be a part of the program. And honestly, like he has he's starting to get a little bit more looks, right? Like he's got Georgia Tech, he's got Arkansas, he's gotten a couple more like high power type of offers. But this one is, as long as Notre Dame continues what they're doing, I anticipate Jerome Bettis Jr. being in the class eventually, right? Mm-hmm. Like I think he's just working through this process, making sure he's doing the right thing. He's being deliberate with his approach in this process. But Notre Dame has made no false steps in this one, in my opinion. He has made a very authentic approach, and they've made him feel appreciated and like they want him, the person, not the name, which I think is big time. And a testament to the staff, because the staffs need to be a parent on this, right, Brian? Like they need to be understanding of like when I'm talking to Bryce Young and I'm talking to Jerome Bettis Jr., there's going to be an assumption, especially when I talk to them early, that like you just want me because I'm a legacy, right? Like you want me because of a legacy. No, I don't want you because of your legacy. We like you on film, and we think that you have upside that has not been tapped into yet. Come be developed here. And that's kind of where we are with Jerome Bettis Jr. is that I think that the staff has done a tremendous job and really made him feel like he is a priority again for this class and a guy that they want in the class.
The board obviously is deeper than those 3. It's a much deeper board. Those are just a lot of the names we know. Let's get into some other players that have been on campus to Notre Dame over the last year. Some guys that the staff likes quite a bit. It's a really talented board. I want to first talk, obviously, Ryan, I'm kind of talking a little bit, somewhat in your backyard. It's not right in your backyard, but maybe if you had a giant backyard, it's kind of in your backyard. And that's Quincy Porter, big receiver from New Jersey. You know, his coaches, I tell you what, I was reading the article you did on him, and man, there either some serious hyperbole going on there with that staff, or they're expecting some big things from Quincy Porter. I got to be honest, I loved his sophomore film. Because you know he wasn't real fast as a sophomore, Ryan, but you could see, like you and I have been watching film a long time. You see those 6'4" kind of kids built like him that are long and kind of still growing into their bodies, and you say when that kid's coordination clicks and he kind of starts getting in some of that grown man strength, that kid's speed is going to take off, and I think we're going to see that this season. Notre Dame, this is a little bit different though, Ryan, because he likes Notre Dame, but this is a big battle, and there's a lot of other schools that are in competition for this one, and I think this is one where I think Notre Dame has a lot more work to do maybe than they do with some other guys on the board. Am I correct in that read, Ryan? Where would you say things are with Quincy?
Yeah, I mean, he's incredibly impressive young athlete. I mean, he's at Bergen Catholic right here in New Jersey, which Bergen Catholic is one of the powers in the state of New Jersey and typically one of the top ranked programs in all college, in high school football, excuse me, usually a top 20 to 25 national program. And he is listed between 6'3", 6'4", 190 to 200 pounds right now. And I've been told by his offensive coordinator or his wide receiver coach that he is 4'4" something fast now this offseason. He's really grown into his body. He's gotten more explosive. He's really added to his arsenal. A young man that came to them before his sophomore year, it was super raw. And they said within like 3 weeks, they were like, okay, yep, it's going to be a pretty good football player. I mean, this guy is that true boundary explosive, physical, back shoulders, can run some go balls for inside breaking routes. Like this is that type of dude that has alpha potential. His coach said that he's Calvin Johnson. And again, like that's maybe a little hyperbolic. Like that's a big statement to make.
Yeah,
But
for a
I
sophomore.
mean,
Yep.
if you watch his film, though, I mean, there's definitely obviously some big time traits to work with. There is. So, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of foundational things that you can build off of with a Quincy Porter. And I mean, kind of my update was pretty much this, Brian, is that there's a lot of schools that are interested in Quincy Porter, from SEC to Midwest and everywhere in between. But there seems to be an affinity to a couple of the Midwestern schools. There does. Notre Dame was one of the schools listed off the record. Michigan was listed as another school that Quincy really likes. I think that there is just, for whatever reason, those schools are really appealing to him. And I think you coined it perfectly, that he is interested in Notre Dame. There's no doubt. But he's never visited the campus before, right? So until you get Quincy Porter up for hopefully a game day visit this fall, this one doesn't feel real to me yet. Like that's kind of where I am with it, is that like I think he likes Notre Dame, but like tangibly, you need to be able to go see Notre Dame, because he has been on some visits and Notre Dame has not been one of them. He's seen Michigan. He's been down, I think, to Texas A&M at one point. There was a couple others that he's been to. So,
and Ryan, that's where I was coming from, because it's not like he's only visited the regional schools. He's been to Syracuse and the Virginias and the places that are like, this. It's very easy to get from Jersey to Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, right?
Very easy. Yep.
But he's been to Michigan, he's been to A&M, and that to me is like, yes, there's some interest there, but how much interest? And until he decides it's enough to get on campus, clearly there's some work to be done on this one, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, it's a perfect way to put it. So I think that Notre Dame has intrigue early, but they need to get him to campus to generate like legitimate interest, because he is a young man that I'm told that the values Notre Dame has are stuff that him and his family are going to gravitate towards. So that's a good thing, right? But seeing yourself on the campus, student life, in that uniform, that's where things change, right? Either it's a game changer or it's just not for him. And which one happens will be determined if they are able to get him to campus.
Let me ask you this one, Ryan, and you may not know the answer, and if you don't, it's fine. I didn't prep you for this answer beforehand. Would you say with him it's more about the football part right now than the other stuff? Because obviously he knows Angeli, he knows guys that have been there, he knows that it's a Catholic school like his. Would you say maybe right now some other schools are maybe a bit more attractive right now because of what they can sell from a football standpoint? I mean, A&M doesn't make a lot of sense, but Michigan does, obviously, with the success they've had in recent years.
I think that it's a pretty split for me, but I think it matters tremendously. I do. I think that because I've had people rave about his support system, like absolutely rave about it. So I think academics are important to the family. I think that student life is important to the family, but I do think him being an NFL football player is also.
I meant as far as the issue with Notre Dame, because clearly we know he likes the academic piece. We know he likes that part.
Right.
It's football, obviously, for a wide receiver with some kids is just not going to be a real attractive aspect right now. Like I can go to Michigan, get a really good education and be a part of a team that's going to go to the playoff. Because this is the funny thing is, like, Quincy Porter was in middle school the last time Notre Dame was in the college football playoff. And you said, well, it was only 2020. Exactly. This kid just finished his sophomore year of high school. Means he was in the 7th or 8th grade when Notre Dame went to the playoff, right? I mean, he was even younger than that, barely out of elementary school when they went to the playoff in 2018. So that's the thing we got to remember with some of these kids is, like, what may not seem like that long ago to us as grown-ups, to a kid is like, well, it's like the 7th grade when that happened. You know what I mean? So they may not have that same recognition. I think point is, for me, my read is he's a kid that could really get moved towards Notre Dame this season if they have the kind of offense we have. Because I think he knows he likes the other stuff. I think that's the reason the interest is there. Right. Is the intangibles that Notre Dame brings. And that lays down to the support system. If the football product can match, that's where I think Notre Dame could make a big move with a kid like this. I
agree there. Yeah. I think that if you hit every side of the coin, that it will be a much easier sell, obviously, right? And I also think that, and this is just speculation on my part, but Notre Dame is one of those unique environments that I think some people outside or like, I don't think I would fit there, until you finally get there and you're like, oh, I actually will fit there. Like, I think about Micah Gilbert, right? It's
I
like
get
Micah
that.
Gilbert liked Notre Dame, but like until he got to campus, he didn't really think maybe he could flourish there or he could fit
Good
there
point.
as well, right? And that's kind
Yeah.
of a similar vibe I get with Quincy, is like, I think you just need to get him on campus and see if he can feel it, right?
Makes a
And
lot
that's
of
not a
sense.
quantifiable thing, which is hard, but I think that really is
Makes
there
a lot
right
of
now.
sense.
Yeah.
Here's a kid, Ryan, that does not need to be convinced on Notre Dame,
Huh.
and that is Cooper Perry out of Arizona.
Yeah.
One of my favorite kids in the class, Ryan. Where do things stand currently with Notre Dame and Cooper Perry?
He's a really good football player, man. And there are some rankings that have him ranked that way, but it's not consistently across the board. But I mean, this kid is about as productive as a receiver that you'll find on the board. He's a technically really sound player for his age, man. Bigger body. He measured in at 6'2" and 187 pounds at Notre Dame this offseason. So the size that he's listed at is legitimate. I think that he's an underrated athlete. I wouldn't call him a burner, but like, he's just a really good football player, man. Like, that's just kind of where it is. And his grandfather went to Notre Dame, didn't play at Notre Dame, but he went to Notre Dame. So he grew up with an affinity for Notre Dame football. And that was something that he's very used to. He's been to Notre Dame twice this offseason, despite living in the state of Arizona. We always talk about follow the actions, right? On their own time, they chose to go to Notre Dame twice this offseason, and they were trying to get back for the Grill and Chill, but scheduling stuff just wouldn't make it happen. But I imagine they'll be back for at least one game day visit this fall. So in about a 6-month period, Cooper Perry is going to be at Notre Dame at least 3 times, at least. And I think that he really likes the coaching staff. He really likes the staff at the school in general. It's just an easy fit for him, man. Like, it's a place that he can see himself at, right? So if Notre Dame pushes, I think they'll have a tremendous opportunity to get Cooper Perry a part of the class. I think that's where you are. They obviously very much like Cooper Perry. It's just about now the board figuring itself out and seeing if the fit makes total sense, because I think that Notre Dame is in a tremendous early spot. He's one of the other kids on this board. Talked about Derek Meadows, and I would say that Notre Dame's the leader for Derek Meadows right now. I would also say Notre Dame is the leader for Cooper Perry as it stands today.
Also want to talk about Dalen McCutcheon, Ryan. You talked about Cooper Perry being a very fundamentally sound player. The other kid that's in that category to me is Dalen McCutcheon, one of the most advanced route runners, just feel for the game type of players in the class. And he's also been on campus at Notre Dame. You've had a chance to sit down with Dalen and talk with him. Where are things with him in Notre Dame?
He obviously is another kid that's a Texas kid, right? So continuing the Texas pipeline is a very intriguing proposition. But to your point, Brian, I think that following up Dalen McCutcheon after Cooper Perry is a perfect segue. I really do, because that kid is an inside out type of player that is just going to run incredible routes, get open, easy separation. He's a short to intermediate separator. And I think he's got pretty good short area explosiveness, though. I really do. I really like Dalen McCutcheon a lot. And I think that he is high on Notre Dame. I mean, last time I talked to him, which was only a couple weeks ago, had an update on him. And he said Notre Dame was a top 2 school for him at that point. Oklahoma and Notre Dame were the 2 schools that he mentioned. So obviously Notre Dame has done a good job early. I think that he liked Notre Dame going into the visit. I think the visit rubbed off on him this offseason and really made Notre Dame seem like a true spot for him, similar to Cooper Perry. What does the board end up looking like? Who are they going to end up pushing for? Absolutely. They like Dale McCutcheon, there's no doubt. Will he be a guy that they prioritize when it's all said and done? Like, that's the question that we have as of, in this top group. And there's things that need to be figured out. And some, just the numbers game is obviously going to be a conversation piece. But I think that they like Dalen McCutcheon. I think Dalen McCutcheon is very high on Notre Dame, another team that I think Notre Dame is in his top group right now.
I think the thing that we need to be clear about, and this is where Ryan's coming from and what I would say too, is when we talk about, because we kind of had this discussion before the show, Ryan, like, how do we break these guys down? When we say we're not sure where these guys are with Notre Dame, it really comes down to Notre Dame is still working on what the priority list for their board is. This is not like, I'm not sure if Notre Dame actually likes him or not. That's not what we're saying. We're saying is, we know, as Ryan said, we know that Notre Dame likes Cooper Perry and Dalen McCutcheon a lot. But who are they going to really push for when push comes to shove? We don't know the answer to that. Why? Because Notre Dame hasn't figured out all those answers. We know 2 guys for sure that if they called tomorrow, yeah, we're taking them. And that's Taylor and Derek Meadows.
Brian,
right?
I think because people think like people get stuck on like, is he a take? Is he a take thing, right? But like I think back to the 2024 class at defensive end for Notre Dame. It's like people were like, oh, they didn't like Malachi Williams. It's like, no, they liked Malachi Williams. It's just that they already had commitments from Bryce Young, Cole Mullins, and Logan
Who
Thomas.
they
It's just
also
like
liked a lot.
numbers.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And you can't make that number work at that point, right? It has nothing to do with not liking a player. It's about timing and
Right.
prioritization. That's what it comes down to, right?
Right.
So I think it'll come down to, in my opinion, we know who the guys are that Notre Dame is 100% in on, right? The next step is who wants to come, right? Like who
Right.
wants to be part of the class? What does the time frames look like for some of these players? I think that this is it's a smaller board, but it's a very understood board right now is how I would kind of put it, right? Like I think that we have a deep understanding of the wide receiver group in 2025 and who Notre Dame is really prioritizing.
Right.
That's how I kind of see this class right
Yes, I think that's a great way of putting it. We know who they like. We know who their top receivers are. We don't know who the top of the top is yet. And I think they're still working through that. And I think the junior film is going to have a lot to say in that. That's also part of it too, Ryan, is okay, let's see who the guys that go out and do certain things this season are. Who are the guys that really step up and play at a high level when we get into the season? You know, there's some other guys on the board that we could spend some time talking about. Obviously, Phillip Bell is a kid that Notre Dame has offered. They have looked at. Kobe Howard is a kid we know the staff has liked. There's some other guys, Taz Williams, they had on campus for the spring. I would expect the receiver offer board to grow as we get into the season and the staff sees more kids really kind of break out this season. So I think it'll grow, but we do know that this is a group that we discussed that they like. And I don't think they need to rush. That's the other thing too is they're not in a rushing. Notre Dame's not rushing this. Like, do they want certain players? Yeah, they do. Are they trying to push those kids to commit now? I don't think they are. I think they're trying to let it play out, see if that kid likes them enough. Because this staff has shown that they're willing to learn from as they go through this process. And I think there were some kids maybe not that they pushed, but that they really strongly tried to get a commitment from early, and then come to find out maybe that wasn't as strong. So when they get a kid, it's like we want to make sure that it's on his terms and he wants to be part of what we're doing. And when you do that, there's less of a chance of these kids flipping down the road. There's always a chance the way recruiting is now, right? It's just a little less of a chance.
I think it's a great note is that, yes, we have to remember that these kids haven't even played their junior year of high school. Exactly. I had someone ask my mailbag this week, like, how do you kind of balance projecting and who would be a take as of today? And I think that's a great question because I just don't think that I think that people need to understand that a take is a very subjective word when we're talking about a 2025 kid who just finished up their sophomore year and is now going to be a junior in high school. There's so many variables that need to happen from a numbers to an on-field perspective. There's a lot of players that Notre Dame likes right now, but is everyone a take, quote unquote? I mean, no, right? Because they need to see more. You need to see how a guy projects. If you take a guy too early, and let's say in the junior year, like they just aren't the same guy for whatever reason, they add too much weight, they're not as explosive, like then you made a miscalculation of projection, and you need to be able to balance that really well. And I think that that's what we're kind of seeing with some of the numbers.
I do want to dive into some film here, Ryan. Yep. But before we do, I want to wrap up the class this way. I think Notre Dame is in a unique situation. They've got a board they really like. I believe all but Quincy Porter has been on campus at least once so far of the board that they like.
Yep.
And I think at this point in time, they're willing to be patient to get the right players. And I'm going to circle back to something we said before. This is why it's so important to stack classes on top of each other. Right. Because when you have back-to-back classes the way they did in 23 and 24, it affords you the ability to say, hey, look, yes, we want 3 receivers in this class, might even get to 4, but it's got to be the right group. And because of our previous success, we can afford to be patient and wait on a Taylor Taylor if we need to wait on a Derek Meadows or a Quincy Porter if you need to. And then also to wait on some other kids to emerge. That there may be some kids right now that Notre Dame likes that we don't know about or that we're not talking about that Notre Dame likes a lot, but the interest isn't reciprocated. But if Notre Dame goes out there and they're throwing for 300 yards a game, scoring 40 points and those type of things, winning big games, beating Ohio State, USC, Clemson, that type of stuff, if the season plays out that way, all of a sudden those kids are going to be like, hold on a second, Notre Dame. And so when you're looking at it, and we are talking about the 25 class, not the 24 class, there's no need to rush, especially if you have confidence in who you think you can be as a football team this year. And I will say this: the offensive staff is very confident in the potential product that they're going to put on the field this year. And I think that factors into why they're not necessarily rushing to take some commitments either, and being more willing to say, hey, let's continue evaluating these type of players.
Yep. Evaluation's a big thing. I mean, I think that's a great note, is that, I mean, this time last year, did you know who Isaiah Canyon was? I certainly didn't know who Isaiah Canyon was. I mean, every single year there's guys that kind of pop up on the radar that had big junior years, or they camped at a place, and you're like, oh, that's a guy, and that's a priority at this point. So, I mean, even think about this offseason, folks. Like, we did offensive line show, and it's like there's like 3 or 4 offensive linemen that have been offered just this offseason at camps. I mean, that's kind of where we are, is that guys pop up in completely different. There are some guys that he's a stud the minute he steps on campus as a freshman in high school, right? Like Kingston Viliamoesa was a guy that stepped in St. John Bosco, and you're like, that's a guy as a freshman in high school. And there's other guys that aren't that guy until they're a junior. And there's other guys that aren't that guy until they're a senior. And there's different trajectories and projections that I think we just need to understand.
Let's dive into some film, Mr. Roberts. And I think it's a good time to do that. We're going to do a few of the top guys. We're not going to do everyone on the board right now, but we're definitely going to start with Taylor and dive into some of his film, Ryan, because I think sometimes when you see a kid and he's a highly ranked player, and you see a local kid, how good is this kid really? I think when you're talking about a northern kid, there's always this sort of assumption that, well, he must be smart, technical. This kid is an explosive athlete, and a big time football player. And it doesn't take many clips to see why Notre Dame likes this kid.
Yeah, I love kids like this, Brian, because there's some kids that it takes a few steps to get up to their top speed, and there's other kids that have instant acceleration. And I think that's the main thing I would say about Talon, is that Talon can get up to his top speed in a hurry, and he can maintain that speed, which I think is different.
But he also, Ryan, as you see right here in this clip, he also has another gear that he can get to. And you see that right there. Like, he pulls away from those kids. I think that's why I really like him for both of the outside positions, Ryan, because he may look like what we perceive an X, like a slot to be. But you look at this right here. This is why he's got I don't know who I like him to compare him more to he's a kid that Ohio State has had a lot of success with. This is the kind of player that Ohio State has had a lot of success with in the past. And I don't know if I like the Olave comparison better or the Garrett Wilson comparison better. And part of me wants to say Olave, because I think I would use Taylor as more of an outside guy, personally. I think he can play slot. But if you were to say a Notre Dame comparison, and I know this is unfair, and I'm not saying he's this explosive, but style of play-wise, he reminds me of a lot of things that Will Fuller can do. He can just take the top off of a defense. But he also brings a lot of some of the after the catch stuff that Will Fuller did in 2014, because sometimes we forget most of his stuff in 2015 was just bombs, but in 2014 Will Fuller caught a lot of screens for big plays. He had one against Syracuse, against LSU, Northwestern. He did a lot of that stuff, a lot of the after the catch stuff, and I think Taylor can be that guy, and even better because he catches the ball cleaner than Will Fuller did coming out of high school.
And I think he's very smooth and flexible, right? Like, I think that he gets in and out of breaks really, really well. I think he's got that plus speed. I love the way the kid tracks the football as well. I think that he really understands spacing and how to attack a ball. And then you have the raw athletic ability, obviously, of a kick returner. And here he is kind of taking one for a big gain right
Look at that juice, though, Ryan. Like, there's like you said, there's no buildup. He just goes. I mean, he's just explosive.
Oh man, someone in the chat said Olave greater than Garrett Wilson. I might have to stop the show.
He did say he's a Saints fan, so there's he admitted his bias. Bias.
It's fair. It's fair.
But I think, Ryan, you talked about the tracking the ball part. That's the reason I really like him outside, because I think he can win the one. Because if you're going to be an outside guy, you have to be able to win one-on-one, and you either win one-on-one, really one of 3 to 4 ways, and the fourth way is a combo. right? It's you're either winning with size, you're with speed, or you're winning with precision. The reason that I think Taylor Taylor is going to finish his high school career as a 5-star player is because he's elite in 2 of those areas. And he's not elite in all 3 because he doesn't have the size. He's 6 foot, maybe 6.5 feet, right?
Yep.
6'1" tops. I've seen him listed at 6'1". He looks more 6 foot to me.
I wrote an article about him, and his mother made sure to send me a message and say, "Hey, just so you know, Taylor's 6'1" and 175 now." I'm like,
Okay.
okay, Venus, I understand. I got you."
Okay. All right. I'll have to look at the pictures of him standing next to Coach Freeman and just get a fresher course of how he stacked up next to Coach Freeman's. But
Yeah.
the point being, I mean, he's definitely taller than Coach Stuckey. That's for
Yes.
sure.
Yes.
But the point is he's not a 6'4". Mike Evans will dominate with speed. Like Mike Evans dominated in college with 2 of those 3 things. He wasn't a very good route runner in college, but you know what he was? He was big and he was fast. And to me, Taylor has 2 of those 3 things too. And to me, it is he has speed. He has legit game-changing speed. And again, Ryan, he's a sophomore. He's going to get faster. But he also has the tools to be an elite route runner. And he already shows a really good feel for getting open, even though his route technique still needs work because, again, he's a sophomore. But he understands, hey, he knows how to play the game of football. Let's just put it that way, right? And the refinement will come. And that's why I think this kid is a really, really talented player. He really is.
I think he's going to win a lot after the catch too, because that
Yeah.
body fluidity and ability to change
Mhm.
direction. I think you see it a little bit kind of mixed in here. But
Mhm.
the reason I kind of go more towards the Garrett Wilson side of it, as far as like an athlete, is because Garrett was incredible after the catch. I mean, that was like his biggest thing. Olave really wasn't. Olave was just a great route runner who could run. Like that was the biggest things about him.
Agree.
So yeah, I mean, I think that when Talon, especially as he continues to fill out and he continues to add explosiveness, which is kind of scary, I think that he's going to be a really nice after the catch receiver as well. The ability to make guys miss in space a ton as well.
But see, that's where I said I have an issue determining between the 2, Ryan, because there's times you're like, boy, this kid can run routes and he's got the speed and a similar body type to Chris Olave. But then you see the after the catch stuff and you're like, yeah, that reminds me a lot of Garrett Wilson. You see him taking the top off the defense. And you're like, yeah, that reminds me a lot of Garrett Wilson. And I think that's, I mean, it's not, I know that's one of the reasons I really like this kid is he can be a dynamic game changer. And I also will say this, I think the current Notre Dame offense of what we think it's going to be, and we're going to learn this more here over the next few months, Ryan, but from what I think it's going to be based on conversations I've had, based on what we've seen so far in camp, they really want to add more of the after the catch dynamic to the offense.
Right.
In Coach Reese's offense, and it was somewhat true in Chip Long's offense, but not nearly as much as it was in Tommy Reese's offense. And I think, again, partly because of the talent they had to build around it. It was very much the scheme will get you open and we'll get you the ball. And there wasn't a whole lot designed for just get this guy the ball and let him go, run across, run a slant, I mean, we hardly ever see Notre Dame run slants. We did see one finally in the bowl game, and it worked. And Braden Lindsey had a really big, I think 4th down, a slant catch in the game. There just wasn't a whole lot of stuff that was more college true. It was more pro style, where it was just the route running and all that traditional pro style. I think this offense is going to have a lot more built in regard to, hey, sometimes we just want to get playmakers and just get them the football. And I think that's what Taylor brings to the table. So I actually think he's going to be an even better fit for, not that he wouldn't have fit the previous offense, but I think he's going to be a much better fit for this system than he did before. And I think Notre Dame can do a lot of different things with him. They can play him all over. And I think ultimately they'd like to get a little bit of that, Ryan, where it's not just we're lining you up and playing you here, but we can play you in a lot of different places. I
like how he threw in that block with the last play, just kind of put the guy on his butt to end the highlight tape, which is fun.
But fans, you can see there why we like Taylor a lot. That is a very talented football player. Let's check out Derek Meadows here, Ryan. We have a little bit of film from him sophomore year. I do believe some of this is some JV film, but you're going to see a kid that, number one, has elite length and body control. And I've said this before, body type wise. Yeah, this is ridiculous. But he reminds me physically, like the body type, a lot of Ronnie Rodimer. Probably a little bit before your time, but who's from West Virginia, long galloper, crazy length. had a lot of injuries in Notre Dame that kept him from really being a player. I think Roddy Rodimer would have been a really good player in Notre Dame if he didn't get hurt, but it's very similar body type. This is a kid, Ryan, that everything we said about Taylor about, he just has that feel for the game. Derek Meadows is very much a traditional sense of the word, a raw player with tools,
Yeah.
but needs a lot of work.
Yep. Well, I see a little bit of Equinemius St. Brown here. That's not
Yeah.
necessarily a direct comparison to where they are as sophomores in high school. It's just the height, weight, speed. But I really think that for me, like that first clip, especially, you see all the tools that could project to being a big time player if he's developed properly. You see the
Mhm.
length, you see the explosiveness, you see the ability to get on top of guys, you see the ability to elevate. I mean, like that's what you really see with Derek Meadows. And he talked to me a lot in the interview, and you'll hear about it, of just kind of the work that he's putting in this offseason. I think he's a very aware player, which is big time as well. Like he understands the places that he needs to get better at, elevating
Mhm.
more consistently and route running and doing all those types of things. So I think you see the building blocks on film, but it's obviously not a finished product. I mean, like I think that was a nice play there to kind of understand where the blind spot was and be able to find the blind spot to create a little more separation. Like he could have kept running over top and made it so harder on himself, but he kind of cuts into that blind spot and makes it an easy throw for the quarterback, which is nice. That's nice to see. That's a little bit more of an advanced thing, which is nice for a guy that's as raw as he is.
I think the other thing he has to work on, Ryan, is he's got to catch the ball cleaner. Like I saw that in film. I saw that at the summer camp. He needs to just work on just being his hand technique. I don't know what it is. I'd have to get up close and personal, but there's double catching that just makes me think his hands are a little too stiff and his timing needs to improve. It can certainly be
Yeah.
worked on. It absolutely can, but it's something he's going to have to focus on. Just really catching the ball a lot cleaner, and part of it's concentration too. You can see some of the stuff. This is a really nice snag route, Ryan. You mentioned earlier about just having some awareness of spacing. He keeps working here. He's going to run right into that flat defender. But even here, this may seem silly, but like he gets to this snag route really quickly because he's such a long strider. He really is. It's just that galloper, and he could play X. He could play Z. The field, which used to be the X. This is going to get really confusing for a while. We'll eventually get it straightened out. But he's also got, to me, Ryan, that I think projects as more of as a boundary guy when it's all said and done. Because he's skinny now, but he's got a really nice frame, and he's a pretty strong
Yeah.
kid for his age. I think when it's all said and done, he ends up growing into a sort of a boundary guy. And I think
Agreed.
that's where the Equinemius St. Brown comparison, because Equinemius St. Brown wasn't a really thick, like Miles Boykin type of guy, Chase Claypool type of guy. He was a little bit leaner, had
Mhm.
some, strong kid. I think that's the sort of the boundary type of player that I think he can end up being during his Notre Dame
Yeah.
career.
Well, and I'm intrigued to see him with more obviously opportunities as a junior, because I think that another big thing with catching the ball cleanly is reps, right? Like getting more
Mhm.
opportunities at it. Hitting the jugs is awesome on a day to day basis and getting those live reps, but also being able to get those game reps where you're consistently catching the football. Like that's obviously going to help improve your hands, and whether it's an hand eye coordination thing, whether it's just a confidence thing, whatever it might be, I think that'll be helpful to him as well.
Last guy that I want to get into here, Ryan, as we kind of wrap up the film, we'll get into some more film down the road, but I do want to show Quincy Porter's film because I want to kind of show the two big guys side by side. This is an intriguing player, Quincy Porter, because the first thing you notice is he's massive. I mean, he's
Yes.
going to be every bit as big as Deion Colsey is when it's all said and done. 6'5". He's going to be a 6'5", 215, 220-pound kid, and naturally that thick when he gets older,
Yeah.
Ryan.
Well, I mean, but like the thing that I love about him, Brian, is like, yeah, he's a big body kid, obviously, and he's got that strider kind of look to him. But then he kind of changes direction once in a while, where you're like, oh, that's a little different. Like that's not really an ordinary thing, the change of direction that he has at points. And for people that don't maybe follow New Jersey high school, he's playing at Bergen Catholic, and he's playing not just the best schools in Jersey, but he's playing a lot of out of state schools that are really, really good a lot of the time. So he's playing against legitimate competition, and he dominated. He was their leading receiver as a sophomore, which is a big thing, right? I think it's a really big thing. So I think the stop start is really interesting for as big as he is. I think that the acceleration and the ability to change direction is kind of unordinary for a guy that is his size. And I think that he's still obviously growing into that explosiveness. I mean, I'll be point blank on this one, right? Is that I think if Quincy Porter continues to develop, he could end up being a top 5 receiver in the 2025 class. I really think that he has that type of upside, man, because there's just some things that he does as a bigger receiver that aren't ordinary. Like they're just not. You have these assumptions on what a big boundary type wide receiver is going to be, and then he sticks his foot in the ground and he breaks them off, and you're like, oh, he might be able to run some routes as well at that size, about 6'3", 6'4". So I think he has some rare traits to work with.
He's
There's a lot of
smooth,
upside
Ryan.
with Porter.
He's really
Yes.
smooth. And you just like right there, that look at the end of this, you can just see how long he is. Just gangly, just very long arms. See it there too. Very big catch radius. Like, look at that. He's gonna be a really good bad ball catcher. Or at least he should be. Should project to be a bad ball catcher. And I wouldn't call him a burner
now. Had a couple
but
interceptions playing defense as well.
He moves faster than you think, Ryan. I mean, he doesn't. He just has that Miles Boykin type of running style where he doesn't look as fast as he actually is, but he's separating from good football players.
Yes.
Yeah, he's
right there, man. Like that guy's. I mean, he's not able to gain any momentum on him after he kind of hits that break. I mean, that shows there's some game speed here. If it continues to catch up to him, I think that this kid's going to be that height, weight, speed dude where you're like, oh, this is a kid that's not fun to cover. He's not fun.
Right.
Because for smaller corners, the height and the ability that he has to get on top of dudes is going to be a headache. And for the
look at this kid,
corners,
Ryan. This cat's like 10 yards off him. So and he's bailing. Like this guy ain't running by me.
This is a cover 3, cover 4 type of receiver you go against. It's like just keep him in front of me, man. Just keep him in front of me.
Yep.
But he's strong,
very talented player. Very a lot of upside, a lot of tools to work with. Really natural pass catcher. Like right here, he is not phased at all by the fact he's working towards the middle and there's guys coming around him. You can see it, Ryan. You can, if you really pay attention, you can see his eyes never come off the football. He's just catching it, securing it, and you know you're going to get hit, right? I mean, so it's fine, but you don't care because you're not worried about the hit. I can take the hit. I'm catching the football. He's literally getting yanked to the ground, and he still catches his pass. Like he's got very good concentration in traffic. That's what I was saying earlier. He's going to be a great bad ball catcher. And what that means is that, not good throws, but it also means like back shoulders and things like that. Here's an area where he's going to need some work. It's a bad route. It's a terrible route. Like this is one of those things where you're like, dude, this guy's here's the coaching point, right? This corner is trying to take away your inside. Why? Because he doesn't want you to go inside. So this is what I've always said, Ryan, is in a situation like this, you need to threaten this guy where he doesn't want to go. Quincy sees the guy inside. He takes the path of least resistance, which is natural for young receivers. And this guy just bodies him up and pushes him outside. This is I don't know who this kid is. He's pretty long, this corner. It's a big corner, It
is.
And he just goes up and makes a great catch. Imagine what he can do when he learns actual technique of how to beat this guy. You know what I mean? Like there's just nothing that guy could do about it. And that's why I say when he learns some of those nuances, and he's a sophomore in high school. I don't expect him to be a polished, finished product. I'm just making the point that when that stuff comes as he gets older and his game matures and he continues to get very good coaching, which we know he's getting at Bergen Catholic, this kid's going to have a chance to be special. Again, just no feel at all for what's around him. Or I shouldn't say no feel at all. He has a great feel for it, but just no concern with what's around him. It's the ball. He's just got that. The ball's all I care about when it's in the air. It's the ball.
He's one of those, everyone says 50-50 ball guys. He's one of those 80-20 guys.
Yes.
Where it's like he's always open, man. Like he's just always open because
just throw
he
him
has
the
that big
flipping
body.
ball. Yep.
Yeah.
If you come back to me, go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah. Oh, no, I was going to say, and if you're still very hopeful, and you should be, of Notre Dame hopefully closing on Deuce Knight, he's catching from a lefty here, which is nice little sell. If I was Deuce, I'd be like, hey, man, I see you got a lefty throw.
I like catching from lefties. Absolutely. Good balance. He's a tough kid. He's a talented kid, Ryan. I really like this kid. We're going to watch a couple more here. And then I was going to not bring up Cooper Perry, but I just have to. Sorry. I just really like watching that kid's film. I love great route runners. Speaking of, we don't expect kids as sophomores to be great route runners, but he is. This is a nice feel. Like I like the stem here. He's getting up, gets vertical, gets back on top. It's a good feel for the game. That's what I'm saying. He's not a novice as a route runner. He's just a sophomore. That stuff is going to come. Some of those nuances are going to come. This is a talented football player. Very talented.
You should probably cover him, though, I think.
Yeah,
I
you
would
probably should.
recommend
This
some
is
defenses to cover him.
where's my boy Jalen McClain? Okay, he's on the other side. Okay. All right. Somebody's gonna have to
So the guy put his hands up. Like, what is
because that's against St. Peter's Prep. So no, actually that's that's St. Peter's. I thought no, it's not Seton Hall. That's St. Peter's. So Jalen McClain's not out there.
No.
I thought it was Seton Hall Prep. But yeah, St. Peter's Prep, home of Brandon Wimbush and the Adamiolas and Shane Simon. So, and that to your point, Ryan, that's who they're playing. I think I saw the playoff game against who was that? Was that Don Bosco that he was playing
Probably.
at the Jets? Looked like
Makes
Don
sense.
Bosco's helmets. Yeah, he's playing. He's playing against other future college football players in high school, right?
Yes,
so he's not just some big kid beating up against a bunch of small town kids that can't play with him. So that is good old Quincy Porter, and I have to bring up Cooper Perry. I'm sorry, Ryan. I can't have some film without bringing him up. So we're gonna watch just a couple minutes of Cooper Perry before we play the Derek Meadows interview. But we talked about guys need to learn the game. There's not many receivers in the country, in my opinion, that are better route runners at this age than Cooper Perry. And talk about production and all that kind of stuff. This is a very talented football player. And a good athlete. Like, don't get it twisted. Yes, he's a good route runner and all that, but this kid isn't good, Ryan, just because he's an advanced route runner. He's also really athletic.
I think the guy that's going to be comped to a bunch, and for obvious reasons, he's a 6'2" white receiver wearing number 10 is Cooper Kupp, right?
That runs great routes. Exactly. Yes. It's a fair comp.
It is. No, I think that he actually plays a lot like him. And I've never asked him this. I've never asked Cooper Perry this, but I would be shocked if he didn't wear number 10 because of Cooper Kupp. I would be actually a little bit surprised with that.
And his name is Cooper.
I think like Cooper Kupp, though, to your point, Brian, is that people underrate the athlete that Cooper Kupp is, right? Because Cooper Kupp isn't straight line, stupid fast. But
he's not fast, but he's an elite athlete.
Yeah, he's quick. He has great body control. He's physical. And people don't talk about that stuff enough. And I think that's what Cooper Perry really brings to the game is that he is a good athlete and he's a great technically sound football player for his age. And he's a competitive kid. I mean, those things when you all put them together, I think that's what makes him such a good football player.
It's a heck of a one-handed catch right there.
Yes, it is.
Him on the sideline. So we're going to see how it all pans out. The thing that leaves me optimistic about this class is they are on a good group of players. They only have to close on not even half of them, really, to have a very strong class. So really good field. You know what I find, too, with a lot of these kids, Ryan, that Notre Dame is on, and you look at it in last year's class, too, Notre Dame seems to put a lot of value on guys that, and again, Derek Meadows being the exception at this point in time, they put a lot of value on guys that have really good ball skills. Yeah. And I would say, Braylon James is a guy that's working on that now at Notre Dame. That's because Braylon's just learning all the other things, and it's kind of like catching as an afterthought right now. But I thought Braylon caught the ball very well in high school. We know Rico has elite ball skills. Jaden Greathouse has elite ball skills. KK Smith in high school had very good ball skills. Cam Williams has very good ball skills. Micah Gilbert has very good ball skills. Logan Saldate, same thing. They seem to value kids that have really good win at the catch point type of guys. And I think that's important because I think a lot of times Notre Dame in the past would put value on athleticism and maybe some tools, but maybe not guys that were the most natural football players, if that makes sense. And I think these kids, obviously, this group is much more. I mean, even Dalen McCutcheon, who we're not going to watch right now, but he's another guy. Really good ball skills for a 6-foot guy and obviously a great route runner.
Yep. And I think that the one other underrated thing about Cooper Perry is I think similar to Cooper Kupp, I hate making that comparison continuously, but he's really good after the catch, which is kind of surprising for a guy that plays the way he does. The guy that is a meticulous route runner and wins the tough battles and the tough catches and through contact. Like, you don't usually assume those guys are also good after the catch, but I think he is very good after the catch. And again, we're talking about kids. Think about Jaden Greathouse. Think about Rico Flores. You want to find kids that are also incredibly productive football players because they understand the process. This kid had 20 touchdowns and like 70-something catches last year, man. Mm-hmm. Like, you want to talk about production? This kid who doesn't play against the greatest competition in Arizona, but he dominates it. And that's kind of where it all comes down to, is that he plays against not the best players in the world, but he dominates it. Like there's no question of who's the best football player on the field. It's Cooper Perry when he plays.
Right. So that's a little bit of Cooper Perry right there, folks. We'll end it on that touchdown right there. So got a chance to watch a little bit of the film, Ryan. It's a very talented group. I'm very curious to see how much it expands or if it expands during the season. I'm very curious to see who they get lined up for some of those early season games. Like I'll say this, I'm very intrigued to see who their September 30th or September 23rd visit list is going to be amongst the 25 class of receiver. Very curious. Like, is that the game they can get, Quincy Porter to come to? Who are they? Because it's not even just about the interest level. It's more about, well, who are they targeting? Who are they trying to get on campus that early in the process? And I think that'll tell us a little bit about this group too. Before we move to the mailbag, folks, speaking of receivers, Ryan, we are going to bring a young man on now that you had a chance to interview recently, and that is Derek Meadows, who sat down with you and you guys had a chance to have a little one-on-one, and Derek talked about a lot of different things. So we're going to bring that up. And when we get done with that, we'll come back, we'll end it, and then end this portion of the show. And then we'll go right to the mailbag and answer all your questions. So feel free to get some mailbag questions in while you're listening to Derek talk. I think you guys are going to hear very, very quickly why this is a kid that we believe not only that Notre Dame likes, but is a very good fit for Notre Dame. So when I pull it up, just everybody, if you all could give me a thumbs up to let me know that you can hear it, just so we can make sure that we get that going. And Ryan and I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Welcome, everyone, to the Irish Breakdown podcast. We got a little bit of a recruiting background for you all. You know that this is my favorite thing to do on this podcast, is to be able to really kind of pull the curtains back a little bit, give you guys some insight into some of the top players that are on Notre Dame's radar, obviously. And I have with me today a young man that there's no question Notre Dame holds this young man as an absolute priority on the wide receiver board in the 2025 recruiting class. I got Mr. Derek Meadows, who is out of Bishop Gorman, out in Las Vegas, one of the top schools, not only in the state of Nevada, because they win the state championship every single year, but in the entire country. Derek, I appreciate this again, man. We're in a little bit of a time difference. You're 3 hours behind me, so I got you up kind of early here with me today, man. But thank you so much for joining the Irish Breakdown podcast, brother. I really do appreciate it.
Oh, I appreciate you having me.
No doubt, man. So it's been awesome just to kind of see a little bit of your climb on the recruiting side of things, Derek, because you have a really interesting background. Obviously, playing at one of the top schools in the country. You're also a really good track and field athlete. I was a track and field coach for a long time, so I see some of the 110 high hurdle numbers you're putting up and everything. I'm like, that's dang impressive, man. So very interesting background. I want to start you out just by asking about the offseason in general. You're gearing up. You'll have a game only in a couple weeks. You're going out to Utah for the first game of the season. How has the offseason preparation been working with the team and getting back to football in the very near future here?
It's been great. So we've been just busting our butts every day in this hot weather. Like, we've been practicing at 2:30. It's been like 108 out, really hot. But we just busting our butts. Everyone looks great. I just can't wait to see what we're gonna do in the season.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys do it, man. I'm out here in New Jersey, and it's like we had one day so far that was like 98, and it was like over 100. It felt like outside, and I thought I was gonna die. And you guys are doing that every single.
Yeah.
Well, Derek, let me ask you, man, because I'm very interested as far as like your backgrounds, where you guys come from a little bit. Have you always been a Nevada guy? Have you lived other places? Just kind of a little bit of the background as far as like how you got to Bishop Gorman.
So actually, I was born in New Jersey.
Oh, really? Where were you born?
New Brunswick.
Oh, New Brunswick. Okay. I'm right, and I'm South Jersey. I'm right outside of Philadelphia, about 40 minutes.
That's awesome.
About an hour south of New Brunswick. Like I can get up to like Rutgers and all those campuses right up there. So we're close, man. We're close. That's fun.
Yeah, we're close. So I was born in Brunswick, and then when I was 3, I moved to Illinois because my parents, they're originally from Michigan, so that we bounced all over the place. But I moved to Illinois, and then when I spent most of my life there, and then when I was 11, we moved to Nevada. So we've been here for about 7 years now.
Nice.
But yeah.
So, I mean, you've been on the Northeast, you've been in the Midwest, you've been out West. I mean, you've been a little bit of everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, when you lived in Illinois, Derek, what part of Illinois? Were you near Chicago or in a different spot?
I was in Aurora, so it was about an hour away from Chicago.
Okay. So yeah, you're pretty close then. I guess you kind of grew up, I guess, with and correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, you were probably only what, like 3 hours away from South Bend at that point, somewhere over there.
Yeah.
Like, did you have a deep understanding of Notre Dame football growing up, or is that something that you've kind of been learning more recently?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of, I'm starting to learn it like now, but I knew who they were. Like when I was little, I used to watch the movie Rudy and stuff. So
Yeah.
like, but yeah.
Well, let me ask, how different is it? Because I know you moved when you were 11, so you were still, young and probably, just still impressionable at that age, obviously. But how
Mm.
different is it now being out in Nevada compared to growing up mostly in the Midwest? Like, just kind of different worlds, it seems like.
Yeah, so the Midwest is all green. You see
Yeah.
cornfields green, and then here it's straight desert. You don't see no grass, nothing. But when I first moved to Nevada, the weather, like you felt like you couldn't move here, like or you felt like you couldn't live here. Like it
Yeah.
was just so hot, but you just get acclimated, you get used to the weather. So I mean, I love it here. I like it better here now than I do back east, but I mean, that's just me.
Nah, I get it, man. I totally get it. I've unfortunately have never been to Vegas. That's on the bucket list,
Yeah.
though. It definitely is out there. Let
Yeah.
me ask you about the Bishop Gorman program because everybody knows Bishop Gorman. I mean, you could
Mhm.
talk. We're talking East Coast. We're talking down South. We're talking
Yeah.
Midwest. Like everybody knows Bishop Gorman, obviously, because you guys play a national schedule and you dominate every team that you play in the state of Nevada, obviously on a year-to-year
Mhm.
basis, and you produce a lot of talent. What's it been like for you to be able to play for a program like that and to really, I mean, be in a spot that really does develop a lot of next level talent, obviously?
So me, like, I really like love it there. Like, it's just awesome. It's really great being able to go to a very good program, learn from the best, and just grind. It's just awesome. I can't even explain it. It's just awesome.
I love it, man. And you're
Yeah.
also a multi-port sports star for the school, obviously. So
Yeah.
would love to hear a little bit of the athletic background because obviously you're being recruited by a lot of great schools in football already. I mean, Notre
Mhm.
Dame's offered, obviously, Utah, Washington, BYU, a lot of schools coming after you right now. But you're also a premier high hurdler and track athlete out in the state of Nevada as well.
Yeah.
Take me through some sports that you've played and how you've gravitated, I guess, to football and to the track and field aspects.
Okay, so when I was little, I've always been a track star. Track is my first sport. So I started off running track at 6. Um, and then about 2 years later, when I was 8, I made it to the AAU Olympics for track and all that. The Junior Olympics, of course. And I've when I was 3, I went to Texas, got third in the country for the 800. I used to be an 800 runner, believe it or not. And then
It's that long frame, man. They need that long
yeah,
kick. You need that long kick. I get it. Yep.
yeah. But it started off with track. Then when I was 8, that was my first time playing tackle football, and I just fell in love with it. And I've been a receiver ever since. So just want to keep that going.
Yeah. Oh, and you're set up, obviously, about to have a big junior season, which I think
Yeah.
everyone's really excited about. Let me ask you about just kind of larger scape recruiting question because you have,
Mhm.
like I said, you're collecting some really nice offers this offseason. I mentioned Washington, Utah, BYU, Notre Dame, amongst several others. And you're also, I was talking to you before the show, and you're up, according to 247 Sports now, as the 72 overall player in the country in the 2025 class. So you're getting notoriety from a ranking perspective. You're also
Yeah.
pulling in some very impressive offers from some very good schools.
Yeah.
So what has just kind of been the recruiting like this offseason, man? You're blowing up, obviously. You're getting a lot of looks. How has the recruiting side of things been going so far?
It's been great. My Twitter's been blowing up every single day. But I have a lot of coaches just texting me on Twitter, and we just having some conversations, and it's been going good so far. So I just can't
Well,
wait. I just got to show out this season, do
yeah.
what I do, and the rest will take care of itself.
Well, I feel really fortunate that you were able to join me today because I felt kind of bad because I'm like, the dead period just ended. So your phone is probably just like constant right now, man. Like what's it been like the last couple of days, just being able to finally talk to these coaches on a more regular basis now?
Oh, it's been awesome. It used to be me just having to reach out to them, but now that they get to reach out to me, like or either or, it's just great now.
Yeah.
Like I can just have a simple conversations with them about like what I'm doing every day football wise, and yeah, it's just been great.
Well, and I asked you about playing for Bishop Gorman for obvious reasons, but how beneficial is it for you to also be around a program where the coaches deal with this all the time, right? The hustle and bustle recruiting and trying to, how much of a support has just the school and the coaches been to navigating? Because recruiting can be chaotic at times. I'm sure.
Yeah, it's been so supportive. Our head coach Brent Browner, he constantly talks to us, and he just like he says, "Don't worry about that. Just keep grinding." He just keeps us in the right mindset.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate him and what he does for us, and I just love him as a man.
Yeah. Well, and
Yeah,
I know I want to ask about Notre Dame in a couple minutes, but I want to ask just a little bit because I know you've been out to see a few schools, obviously this offseason and kind of working the recruiting trail a little bit. Are there any couple campuses so far that you've been to that you were just maybe surprised by? Like, wow, that was a really beautiful place. Maybe I wasn't expecting it fully, but maybe some of your
yeah.
favorite places that you visited so far.
Oh, definitely Notre Dame. Notre Dame was definitely one of them. I love that campus. I felt so welcome there. Like the people
Yeah.
there, it was just so welcoming. And I visited Washington. I really liked it. It was awesome. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
But yeah, like those were and then I had a track meet at BYU. Got to tour a little bit at BYU. So it was awesome. BYU was great too. Like, but those are the three I've been so far. So
That's awesome, man. Well, that's really Washington is another one I've always wanted to get out to because I've heard the state of Washington's beautiful. I want to go out to Oregon as well. I've heard that that's super beautiful as well. So I'm a little jealous, man. You get to check out a lot of the
yeah.
places that I wish I could have when I was 16 years old, like yourself right now. But obviously enjoying the process. I want to ask about Notre Dame specifically. I want to ask about that visit to starts. You know, you went out,
Yeah.
you camped, and obviously you got to compete and meet the coaches and face to face and do all that type of stuff. What was just the vibes around that visit and maybe a couple of the favorite parts of that trip?
I loved every part of it, honestly. I love I love the football, like the indoor facility that really like touched me because like I really like indoor facilities.
Yeah.
And we got to visit some of like the rest of the campus. Like I got to see the Golden Dome and like it
Nice.
was so cool. Like everything just like shocked me really. I was just like, sheesh, like it's the place to be really.
Yeah.
But
Well, who made the trip with you, Derek? Did your parents get to come with you? Who
yes,
came with you?
it was my mom and my dad.
Nice, nice. How did they like it? I don't know if that was their first time on campus or not, but what was their impressions of the
Oh,
place?
they loved it. They really loved it. And I love how Notre Dame they push academics because that's very
Yep.
important. If you get a degree from Notre Dame, you're basically set for life.
Yeah.
And my parents they're really strict on academics, and it's important. So I see why, and they just fell in love with it. They were and like we learned a lot, and they learned a lot, and they really appreciated everything that they did. The coaching staff did for us. So
Yeah, it's one of those places. I think I've been now 5 times back to the game for game days and stuff, and it's just like one of those places that just never get bored of. You know, like it's always something
yeah,
different every time you go. So I'm excited. I'm really, really thankful that you had a great visit, man. Because it's one of those places that even if not speaking directly to you, but like even if a player doesn't end up going to Notre Dame, it's still a place to see. You know, like
yeah,
it's a really interesting vibe
beautiful.
for sure. Yeah. Well, let me ask now about just kind of your relationship with the staff so far. Because, like I said, the dead period just ended, officially now into the junior season. So now coaches can talk to you regularly.
Mhm.
But as far as your conversations up until now with Chancey Stuckey, Marcus Freeman, maybe Jared Parker, I'm not sure how much you talked to him at this point. But how are the relationships building so far with the staff, and maybe a little bit insight you can give us into what makes Coach Stuckey such a good guy or a good coach, that type of thing.
Oh, it's been great. Like the relationship between all the coaches, especially Coach Stuckey and Chad Bowden. I just love them. Like Chad always hits me up, my guy, like all the time. And Coach Stuckey, I just love him. Like he's and what I love about him is if I do end up going there,
Yeah.
he knows what he's doing, and that's what I love about him. Like as a receiver coach, like he's been there before. He's part of that 1%, and I just love having a conversation with him about football and just other things all the time. So it's great.
Yeah. Coach Stuckey he's been a breath of fresh air for Notre Dame over his 2 years already. It's like wide receiver position wasn't in a great spot before he got here, and now quickly the wide receiver position is heading in obviously a great direction.
Yeah, it's changed with him.
Yeah. Oh, it's changed. I mean, miraculously. I mean, I think about just the 2023 class and getting guys like Jaden Greathouse and Braylon James and Rico Flores is out west, obviously in Cali. So a lot of great players that are now coming to Notre Dame. And I know that Notre Dame, by every account, every source that I have, everything that I've been able to gather, they're making you a priority. Do you feel like early on so far that Notre Dame is really pushing for you and making you feel like that they really want you to be a part of the program?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like I was saying earlier, like I felt so welcome there, and like every time I talk to them on the phone, they always tell me you're at the top of our list, you're our priority. So just knowing that makes me very happy and satisfied. But you just got to keep grinding, and everything will just be all right.
Well, I can easily see, Derek. I remember the first time I saw your a little bit of your highlights for football, and then I looked at the track stuff. I'm like, I mean, you're 6'5", 6'6". You could run obviously very fast. Like you're a height, weight, speed guy, right? That stuff's easy to see.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you about, I mean, just a little bit of foundationally this offseason. What are some things that you've been really keying in on to try to take your game to a next level? Whether that is mental side, whether it's route running, like what are some things that you've been super focused on to try to take your game to the next level?
For sure, route running. Going to attack the ball like on jump balls, like fade routes. Really going to get the ball. My breakdown in my route. So like on a curl route, really just working on my breakdown and getting open. And yeah, that's about it. But just really been keying on those things this off season, so I get ready for the season to tear up some DBs.
That's it, man. Well, and I'm happy that you guys finally get back to football. I mean, you're only a couple weeks out of now finally getting into the game action. How excited are you for the season? Because like I said, I mean, Bishop Gorman you guys have expectations of winning state every year, being one of the class of in a national perspective every year. How excited are you? Because obviously you played, but this year I anticipate you being one of the focal points of this offense, obviously being a big time player. How excited are you just for a big junior season?
Oh, I'm very excited. It's time now. It's time to go eat. So I just can't wait. Like, it's going to be a fun season, but it's time to go get it now. I can't wait. I just got to go get it. So I just can't wait. It's going to be so much fun.
Well, and I'm curious how you're going to balance everything a little bit, because I know, with the recruiting process and being so daunting, like what's your, I guess, perspective on how to juggle everything right now, being able to maintain those conversations, maybe plan some game visits, but also focus on football. Like how do you feel like you're going to be able to balance that?
Oh, I think I'll be able to balance it well. Coaches understand, like, school comes first, and like you gotta do what you gotta do first, and then that stuff comes later. But I think I'll be well balanced.
And do you have any plans as far as, are there some trips that you have already kind of penciled in that you want to take this season? Is that something that's still kind of being worked out, or game visits, or is that something that you're anticipating doing, I guess is the general question?
Oh, yes, sir. So I plan on going to a Notre Dame game. I think when they come out to play Stanford this year.
Oh, nice.
In California, because like it's right by us, and it's during Thanksgiving, so we don't have practice that whole week. We have a week off, so I want to go catch one of those games for sure.
Oh, man, then you get to chill a little bit and go out to Cali for a little bit. It sounds like a good time, man. Well, Derek, I really appreciate the time, man. My last question for you is, as far as, it's kind of a two-parter. One is there any sort of timeline when you would like to make a decision? Is there anything at all out there? And two, when you're trying to evaluate and find the best school for you, what are some things that you're really looking for? Like, what are things that are kind of non-negotiables for you that you really need to find in a prospective school?
Okay, so first question, the timeline. I don't have a timeline. It can happen whenever.
Gotcha.
And then second question, what am I looking for? I'm looking for a school that pushes academics, has a great football program, and just a well-rounded school in general. Just welcoming, honestly.
I love to hear it, man. I love it.
Yeah.
Again, joined by Derek Meadows, star wide receiver in the 2025 recruiting class out of Bishop Gorman, rated as a number 72 overall player, number 9 wide receiver in the 2025 class by 247 Sports, as well as the number 1 player and by that platform in the state of Nevada. Derek, I really appreciate this again so much, man. You were so welcoming and easy to get in touch with, obviously, for this right in front of the season and everything, man. After the dead period already ended, so you're super busy. Thank you so much for joining the show today, man. I really appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
So there you go, Ryan. That was your interview with Derek Meadows. I could tell you enjoyed that one, man. You were fired up. He's a very engaging kid, very open. And you can see, you talk about Notre Dame kid, Notre Dame fit and all that kind of stuff. And he's definitely that. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, he's a very likable kid. I saw Nathan Milton say it at some point in the chat that he's very likable. I agree. I think that he is obviously talented, but I think he also has a very, very good understanding of the things I need to improve on, the things I'm looking for. I think he's just a very well-rounded kid. So I definitely enjoyed that interview. 100%.
Yeah. So, Ryan, anything else to add before we move on to the mailbag?
Just a quick note on Quincy Porter. We had I had said in the first section that he had not visited Notre Dame. He actually has visited Notre Dame once, so my apologies for misspeaking. It'll be big, obviously, for them to get him back to campus.
Yeah, because I know they've tried to get him back since then, and he's gone other places. So that'll be a big one. So it's an interesting group, Ryan. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. So that's going to do it for our receiver show, folks. We're going to go to our mailbag next. We've already got 23 questions starred. We will get to some more after that. Obviously, we'll have some more come in during the show, but let's get rocking and rolling, Ryan, next with our mailbag. So it's mailbag time, Mr. Roberts, and we've got some super chats that we're going to start off with here. So let's get rolling, man.
From Tom Connor. Tom, thank you so much. He says, I want to clarify a question I had Friday about how Asa ranks nationally in his class with other linebackers. That's Kingston, Viliamo Asa. Saw that he wasn't ranked as a top 5. Thanks.
Well, it depends on who you're talking about. Let me pull up his ranking. I know like On3 doesn't have him ranked even in the top 300, but I believe at least 2 services, at least one for sure, Ryan has him as a top 5 linebacker. So one. Rivals has him as the number 3 linebacker in the country. So 247 has him 9th, ESPN has him 11th, and then On3 has him 27th, which is just okay, whatever. But yeah, I mean, guys, look, we can say this all the time. I don't care about rankings. I don't care about what other people have him ranked. I mean, you're talking about a kid that one service has ranked 3rd as the linebacker and another has 27th. Like, I mean,
you watch your own film. Homework at that point.
Yeah. I'll say this. There is zero question that Notre Dame viewed Kingston as one of the 2 to 3 best linebackers in the nation. And when they were still going after Aaron Childs and Chris Jones and guys like that, Kingston was a priority, if not the priority, as their inside linebacker. That's just a fact. And when it came down to it, there was Chris Jones who had visited recently. Kingston had been on campus for a spring visit. Notre Dame decided to zero in on Kingston and not Chris Jones. And it's kind of like, Ryan, you and I were having this conversation off air yesterday, and I've watched the Nathaniel Frazier kid who you then popped in the film, and we both like him. He's a good football player, but like On3 has him as like a 5-star kid. Another side has him as a top 30 type of kid. But actually I think all outlets have him ranked ahead of Kedron Young. And I'm looking at the film and I'm saying, no, he's just not. I mean, if you put Kedron Young behind the modern day offensive line, good night. I mean, what would that look like? The rankings are what they are. And we can keep having the conversations about it, whatever. But Notre Dame, all that matters is Notre Dame thought he was that good. He was one of the 3 to 4 best linebackers in the country. We'll find out if they're correct or not. And I think that's a bigger point, Ryan, especially with this defensive staff. I know that some of these guys aren't ranked as high. Kingston is ranked high. It's just some more than others. We're going to do a show on this at some point in time, Ryan, but just a quick note, a quick thing to mention now is it's very clear this Notre Dame staff on defense is banking on their evaluation skills in this 24 class.
Right.
Because they are going after guys like Cole Mullins and Bryce Young and Bodie Cahoon. I mean, again, Bodie Cahoon is a guy that whatever you think of his ranking, Ryan, almost all the way back in March when the board was still big at linebacker, he became a priority for Notre Dame.
And
it wasn't because
it
wasn't because they thought it'd be easy. Tennessee was pushing for him, Virginia Tech, Virginia, North Carolina. So they're banking on their evaluations. Leonard Moore, cornerback's another guy that this staff just thinks is a much better player than the rankings, and so that's why they pushed for him. So we're going to find out if they're right and how good they are at evaluating, and we'll have a much bigger show of that because that's going to ultimately define this 24 class, especially on defense.
Yeah. Well, I only pay attention to rankings if they're all kind of pretty similar-ish in the same ballpark. That kind of tells you that there's probably a decent consensus. If there's widespread gap, like Micah Bell being a top 100 player by one and then being the 3-star number 90 player in the state of Texas, like just do your own homework at that point. So like, that's kind of where we are.
Exactly. What does the film tell you? That's basically what it boils down to. Ryan, are you going to read this one?
My mic just went out. I tried telling you that it was
okay. Sorry, I was looking for the next question.
Gotcha. Yeah.
We don't have a signal for that one, man. We need to come up with a signal.
I just got one finger up there. Raymond Hartman says, "Thank you so much for the super chat, Raymond. Happy Monday, guys. Can't wait for the practice report for tomorrow night. Pumped for this year's team."
Yeah, tomorrow's obviously, for those who don't know, tomorrow is a full practice. It's our second and last full practice viewing of the camp, and it's really going to be our best sense. Look, there's only so much we can gather from the first 5 periods, and that's why most of my practice reports are on just how guys look moving around because there's not a lot of competition. That's what I loved about Saturday's practice because there was a lot of competition in those 5 early periods, but we just haven't seen quite as much of that so far. I'm excited about tomorrow's as well. So, you know, we're getting closer and closer to the season. We're going to have some preseason stuff. Ryan and I are going to do some looks at Notre Dame and what we think they can be and their schedule and things along those lines as we get closer to the season. But yeah, this is the time of the year to be excited, Ryan. I mean, it is. I mean, if you can't be excited now, and I understand Notre Dame fans have sort of that, you know, I don't want to be let down. And it's like, look, just it's football, man. Enjoy it, right? Be excited about it. And if the team isn't as good as we think, then we can get back to the drawing board. But I really do like this team. I think this team has a lot more talent than people thought. Like I see a lot of Notre Dame fans when the ranking came out and, 15 to 20. And I'm like, there are not 20 teams, 15 teams that should be ranked ahead of Notre Dame. I'm okay with 13th. The coaches poll came out today. They had Notre Dame 13th. I can live with that because Notre Dame does have a lot to prove, but I just feel like even some Notre Dame fans, Ryan, are really, and I think it's more about just not being willing to set yourself up for another disappointment. And I get that. I really do. I do.
Sense, yeah.
But I think this team has a chance to be really good. And on top of the fact that there's just not a lot of elite teams out there, man. There just really aren't.
Well, we're 19 days away from kickoff, right? So, I mean, at the core, it's football. So, I mean, whether Notre Dame goes, and I know this is going to sound like sacrilege to some people, whether they go 12-0 or 8-4 and miss out, like I'm still going to enjoy football season because it's a game I love. So it's kind of where we are.
Yep. And I also have another quick note, Ryan. I know that you saw that the USA Today coaches poll came out today, right?
Yeah.
And they had Notre Dame 13th, which I was actually kind of happy about to see them ranked 13th. Not that I'm an overly superstitious person, but do you know the last time Notre Dame ranked 13th in the coaches poll? Do you know what year that was?
No.
1988.
Someone just said it was 12th.
No, coaches poll's 13th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're 13th in the coaches poll.
Yep.
The AP poll might have come out today as well, and they're 12th there, but the only one that I've seen so far, that if that came out, it came out after the show started.
Gotcha.
But, yep. So last time Notre Dame finished or was ranked 13th in the preseason coaches poll was 2000 and or 1988. So a little small, a little fun, a little home in there. We'll enjoy that one.
We had another super chat from Scott Gibbs who says, will ESPN troubles impact Notre Dame's TV negotiations?
I have no idea, Scott. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know that ESPN would even be a player in Notre Dame TV deals. I don't know, Ryan, that ESPN would even have the room to make Notre Dame a partner, just because the amount of games they're already showing. Like, how would they be able to make Notre Dame a prime team every week? You know, I don't know how that would, every week that they're a home team. I don't know that would work. So I don't know. I mean, I've never heard ESPN's name really mentioned. I've heard Fox, I've heard CBS, and I've heard NBC. Those are the only names that I've really heard. So
yeah. I
would say this, maybe if ESPN was a little bit better placed financially and didn't make a bid at Notre Dame, it might drive the price up a little bit, but I honestly don't know how that's going to impact it, to be honest with you. It's an interesting dynamic, man. This whole thing is just really, we could do a whole show on this, but I don't want to go on another rant like I did.
ESPN is the Pac-12 of providers. So.
I mean, that's kind of how I feel, Ryan. I mean, do you have some thoughts on that? Because I kind of went on a rant about this on Friday. I just don't see how this. I mean, with everything that we're hearing about all the layoffs and, you know, Disney's trying to sell them and all these other type of things, it's just like, how are they going to be able to afford all these deals that they've signed? You know, and then now you know why they won out of the ACC deal. They won out of the ACC deal because they don't want to have to commit that kind of money every year to that conference, because I don't think they can afford it. And they're not giving up the SEC. That's for sure. But who does ESPN have right now? They have the SEC and the ACC. They don't have the Big Ten anymore. They'll have some Big Ten games, but they don't have the Big Ten anymore. They don't really have the Big 12 as much anymore. That's now a lot of Fox. They kind of have the Big 12, but there's no conference that's now exclusive to ESPN other than ACC and SEC.
And they're still hemorrhaging money. So
right.
We had another super chat from Tyler Evans. Tyler, thank you so much. What do Cal, Stanford, Washington State, and Oregon do in the Pac-4 now? Well, I had a great email that was sent to me that I put on Twitter, which was just really funny. There was an early betting odds for who's going to win the conference in 2024 for the Pac-4, and it was Oregon State, Washington, Stanford, and Cal in that order to win the Pac, which I thought was kind of funny that Cal was under Stanford. But yeah, it's I don't know what they're going to do, man. I mean, I feel like they might have to join the Mountain West at some point, because the Pac's going to be like, yeah, we're done with this now.
Yeah. I mean, Ryan, when I look at it, here's the way I kind of see it. Either one of the conferences takes them. You know, like the rumor du jour today is the ACC looking at Stanford. I don't know why the ACC would want Stanford. I don't. I know there's people out there and they're just start rattling off all the Olympic sport success that they have and the academic. But guys, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is about TV revenue. And even though that they're in the San Francisco area, San Francisco's not a college town. I mean, have you ever seen the attendance at a Stanford spring game? It's one of the most apathetic fan bases ever. Even when they are good, it's an apathetic fan base. There's just no support that moves the needle. The only reason that I could think that the ACC is making a run at Stanford is it's all part of a how do I put this, Ryan? Because I said it to you more directly, but I think the ACC knows their only chance of survival is to somehow convince Notre Dame to join. I think that's their only chance. In some capacity. Maybe Stanford they view as some sort of, if we can bring Stanford, we can somehow convince Notre Dame. I don't think that would mean a whole lot to Notre Dame, but that's the only thing that I can think of as to why they would have any interest in Stanford. Again, it would make no sense to me. That is not a revenue producing football program, and that's ultimately what this is all about, right? I mean, can we all admit this is all about football, right? I mean, it is. It's all about football. The Pac-12 is a pretty good basketball conference last I checked. And that's where I think the Big 12 commissioner has been somewhat savvy, is he understands, like, he actually is trying to build a basketball conference that's also really good, and saying, can we be good enough at football but have that niche of being a great basketball conference that we can still be an attractive TV partner. And so far it's worked. I mean, they got a pretty decent deal. I think like 35 to 40 million per school, I believe, is where they're at. And then now they've added the Arizona market, which you and I have talked about in the past, is a smart market to add. And they've now got the Salt Lake City and that area completely wrapped up now with Utah and Boise. And then they've added the Denver market to their. And I'll say this, the Denver market right now doesn't mean a whole lot, but if Dion starts winning, that market all of a sudden becomes a little bit more okay. They're going to start paying a little bit of attention now more now. So it's all interesting, but I don't know, man. I could be wrong, Ryan, and I have no data to support this. It's just a gut feel. I think this whole thing's a house of cards. I do. And somebody on the board the other day made a great point. He's like, what I'm seeing right now with this TV stuff, it reminds me so much of the housing market stuff that was happening prior to 2008. We're just kind of kept artificially going up and up and up and up there was no sound foundation for why it was going up. And then it was because it was all built on, it was just all a facade and then just collapsed. And I just kind of, I thought that was the best analysis I've seen yet of what's going on with these TV deals, in my opinion.
I think the ACC Stanford thing is, I think it's just trying to fulfill a number to stay afloat, to be honest. Like, that's kind of how I took it. Could there be a master plan to allure others? I mean, sure. I think that's always possible.
That would get them to 15, right? So, I mean, they have to add somebody. I mean, these conferences usually try to focus on evens, although maybe they don't have to if they're divisions, but like to have that one team out west, like, that's why I don't know that I buy it.
I think it's a panic move. I think it's a panic move for numbers. It's kind of what I look at.
Yeah, that's why I'm just not sure that I buy that that's a real thing. You know, I really don't. Because, I mean, gosh, a few hours before Oregon and Washington left, we heard these reports about how Pac-12, everybody's on board. They're going to re-sign. And then all of a sudden, boom, it's dead. Yeah. So I don't know what to believe from this stuff, man, to be honest with you. But just so people know, I am correct on that. Somebody said something about 1988. I looked it up. They were 13th in they were 13th in 1988. So, all right, let's get back to some more questions here, Mr. Roberts.
Next question is from Crying Belly, who says, do you think Notre Dame uses more 13 or 21 personnel this season? Do they go 11 more than they go 12?
I think they will use more 13 this year because it's going to be a great goal line situation. So I think they're going to be in goal line and short yardage a lot more than they're going to be using 21 personnel. Ryan, I love 21 personnel. They better use it at some point in time, if not 20 or 21 personnel. I said in a show last week, if I don't see them go 20 personnel at least one series with two backs and Chris Tyree in the slot, I'm going to be upset. But the point is, being an 11 personnel with Chris Tyree gives you everything you would get out of 21 personnel.
Right.
So it's kind of like, do you really need to use that a ton? That's why I think 20 would actually be the thing that I would like to see a little bit more, just as an occasional change up. But what does 21 give you that you don't have out of 11 personnel? And you actually have even more diversity out of 11 personnel now, because you can easily put Chris Tyree still in the backfield. It's not like that kid forgot how to play running back. So I don't know that we'll see a ton of 21 personnel and we'll see a lot of 13. And I do think there'll be more 11 this year than 12. I think those are my thoughts. What do you think about that, Ryan?
I think 11 is absolutely where Notre Dame is trending. It's obviously never going to be just the only personnel grouping that happens. But I think now that Notre Dame is feeling better and better about the wide receiver group that they have, the depth that they have, especially with the 4 freshmen coming in, I think that when you look at, where is the offense going to trend, I think that, again, there's some questions as far as the depth of tight end from an injury perspective in a couple spots. So 11 personnel is perfect. You still have the ability to be multiple with a tight end on the field, but you have the ability to keep 3 wide receivers on the field. And you luckily have guys like Jaden Thomas and Jaden Greathouse who can also bring some of the blocking stuff that you need inside that you would get out of a 12 personnel situation at times as well. So I think that you have a bunch of versatility at wide receiver that's going to definitely move more towards the 11. We had a question from Andrew Gilmore. Says, any comments on how sad Oakland sports have become? Raiders gone. The A's are leaving to Las Vegas. Is that a thing? I didn't hear that one. The Warriors move across the bay to San Francisco. Now Cal football, who has been bad for years, is downgraded. I mean, I haven't really thought about it. So yeah, I mean, it's sad though, Andrew, when you think about it that way. I mean,
I
it's
have
pretty
thoughts
bad.
about it. It's just not something that I care to talk about in a sports show because I don't think this has to do with sports. I think this has to do more with what Oakland has become in a lot of ways. So, and Oakland's never been a community that was overly supportive of its sports programs because I could say something about politics and what Oakland is right now from a political standpoint, but the Raiders have been jumping back and forth from LA to Oakland for decades. I mean, that's not a new thing, right? They were the Oakland Raiders, then they were the LA Raiders and the Oakland Raiders, LA Raiders, Oakland Raiders. I mean, this has been kind of the A's have been struggling to get support from the city and the fan base for decades. That's why they've been a small market team for so long. So population doesn't always equal a big fan base that's going to support those teams. It just,
Right.
it just doesn't. And I think also too, Ryan, is the Raiders were the team and that Oakland supported. They've never supported a team like they supported the Raiders, and even then the Raiders they didn't support enough to be able to keep them in Oakland. So there's a lot of issues going on in California that are making sports a problem. Because like guys, let's be honest about this, right? The Pac-12 was primarily made up in so it's UCLA, Cal, USC, Stanford. So, like, what, 4 of your big teams are in the most populated state in the country, and it's not even close, right? So, if you want to look at it from an electoral college standpoint, I think Texas is like, what, 35? Let me see what it was in 2022. So, in 2022, and I like to use the electoral college because it has to do with population, right? It's basically made up for population. So in 2000 so the most recent one, so California's at 54, right? Because they lost one in the most recent one. So this is based off the 2020 census. They are down to 54. I think Texas is the next highest. Texas is now up to 40. So even Texas getting some, they were. Let me see what they were in 2020 election. So let me just see this real quick. In 2020, Texas gave you 38 electoral votes. California's at 55. The next highest is Florida at 29. So the point being, Ryan, is even with those states growing rapidly, Florida's now up to 30. Texas will be up to 40. Those 2 states are getting more votes and California's losing some. They're still not anywhere close to California. Not anywhere close. And so there's a huge amount of people out there. They just don't watch college sports. I mean, that's not an indictment. So Ryan, you know this. There are some towns that are big towns. They're just pro towns. Pittsburgh's another one. The Panthers can't even get their own stadium. And when they do have a home game, we've been to Notre Dame games where the upper deck's almost empty. And if it wasn't for Notre Dame fans, it'd be like, who'd be there? Why?
Right.
Pittsburgh is a pro town. It's just the reality of it. In California and my wife grew up in San Diego. She said going to like Chargers games as a kid, it was just like a social event. It wasn't like that anybody loved the Chargers. It was just it was a social event, right? That's how sports are. And even the pro sports, that's why they're losing teams. I mean, you know what I mean? Like they've never been able to hold these franchises. And so it's a different dynamic out there. And we can get into politics and all that kind of stuff, but this has been an issue for a long time. This isn't new. I just think now college sports even more so, just nobody cares anymore. And you see it in the attendance, you see it in the amount of lack of television that they have there and those type of things. I mean, Seattle's a huge TV market. It's a pro town, Ryan, right? I mean, it's in Seattle again. They lost an NBA team. I mean, they couldn't keep an NBA team, a historic NBA team. One had been around for forever. They're now the Oklahoma City Thunder. So it's just been a problem in the West Coast for a long time. And we like to talk about the political situation of it now. And at the end of the day, what we're seeing now is not new, Ryan. This has been a problem for a long time. The issue is now is the money is so great in those other conferences that now that lack of support out West is killing them.
Yeah.
I mean, it just absolutely killing them. And that's to me what it comes down to. So I think it's more about just the insane numbers we're seeing thrown around in these conferences that I just don't think is sustainable. I really don't.
I think the one thing that we have learned is that Cal football needs to move to Las Vegas because that's
There you
apparently
go. I don't know how you're going to move that campus.
Are you kidding?
We'll see.
Oh, they can make that happen. They can make
But
that happen.
I like honestly, I'm curious. Like, do some of these schools just decide to go FCS? I mean, I really don't have a clue what's going to happen, to be honest with you. But
probably Power Five. I mean,
yeah,
Group of Five would be my guess, but we'll see.
we were talking earlier too. The and I forgot to finish this point. Ryan, is I don't know, like if the Mountain West. We've heard rumors that the Mountain West and the Pac-4 are going to merge. The thing is, I don't think they can merge into the Pac-12 or Pac whatever. It would have to be they'd merge the Mountain West because the Mountain West has a TV rights deal. And every team that gets out, because we learned this when San Diego State was looking at getting out and maybe trying to go to the Pac-12, it's like a $34 million buyout.
Yeah.
Like the Mountain West isn't going to just give up there. Now, could there be a situation where the Mountain West renames themselves the Pac something? I don't know the answer to that, but it would most likely have to be they go to the Mountain West as opposed to all the Mountain West teams. They would absorb the Pac-12 as opposed to the other way around. And if you're a team in the Mountain West, why in the world would I want to be affiliated with the leadership of a conference that just did what they've done the last decade? Pac-12 in the last 12 years went from turning down Texas and Oklahoma to now being dead 12 years later. I mean, think about that, because they didn't want to deal with the Longhorn Network. Think about that. They could have had Texas and Oklahoma when this whole thing started.
They've been around since 1916 as well. So
yeah,
it was a historical conference, to your point.
Yep,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah. We had Coleman Smith with the question. He said, what are your thoughts on the NCAA rule changes with running clock, etc.? Personally, I don't want an NFL type feel in college football.
Man, Coleman, there's so many different reasons why I don't want that. I mean, I'm with you on that. We're seeing a lot more of the rule changes in a lot of these conference shifts. I mean, what is college football heading towards, Ryan? A bigger version of the AFC and the NFC. That's what it's heading towards, basically, right? Where the Big Ten and whatever it is going to become like the AFC and the SEC, and whoever they absorb is the NFC. And that's what the TV companies want, right? They just want the two conferences, and it's a lot easier to deal and all this other kind of stuff. I understand why they're doing it to a degree, because the NFL is the most popular sport in America, and they're trying to be like that. But I don't think it's never a good business model to, well, let's try to beat them by being them. You're not them. You got to beat them by finding something unique about what you do. And I've just never understood the laziness that entails. And I just don't think it's possible, right? Because like somebody told me the other day, what's going to happen is these schools are going to leave the NCAA. And that's a very popular thing. But here's the thing. I don't think these conferences are in a hurry to get out from underneath the NCAA umbrella, because once that happens, Ryan, what else do they lose? All the protection that they get from the NCAA that keeps them as a quote unquote amateur organization. The minute you break off and become your own entity, all the protections that came from all the different court cases and laws that protect the NCAA, where you cannot treat your players as employees, that's gone. It's gone. And you're now going to have to be looking at, and none of these schools want their players to be considered employees for a million reasons. And honestly, players shouldn't want to be considered employees, because you may think you want to be an employee, but you don't want to be that, So I don't think the NCAA is going to implode in that regard. I just think it's going to have to go through like a massive overhaul, right? And I've thought about that too. I've said in the past, the NCAA is dead and get out from underneath it. But then as you think about it, I don't know that would make a lot of sense. Like it's an emotional reaction, but practically speaking, I don't know that you want to get out from underneath the protection. It's like the scene from The Godfather, right, Ryan? Have you ever seen The Godfather? Remember when Don Corleone dies and they're like, hey, we lost all of our political protection now that the Godfather's dead, right? And That's what happens at the NCAA when they get these colleges when they get out from underneath the protection of the NCAA. So I think it would probably be more of a, hey, let's revamp the NCAA and give it a different mission, but still keep it the NCAA. That way, all the things that we have to protect us still apply. Than to start their own thing. It's going to be interesting. It would be more of just a TV contract. They would become one entity as part of a TV deal, as opposed to a governing body. Right. Is kind of what I'm thinking about it. At least until these schools change their how they view their players and say we're just going to be another professional organization. So
with great power comes great responsibility, and
the NCAA has not lived up to that, Ryan.
Yeah,
at all.
Well, I don't think that the conferences want that much responsibility either. Like that sounds like a lot.
They just want the bucks, Ryan. Yeah. They just want the money. Yeah. They just want the money.
And Andrew Gilmore says, "Can someone address this Dante Moore stuff? Is it legal or not? Is it legal? Or
legit or not?
Legit. I'm sorry. Is it legit?
Yeah." Not? So there's been other reports that Dante's come out and said it's not true. Ryan, you know what this is? This is his dad. This is his dad not getting enough money or whatever the case may be. And so his dad starts leaking this crap about he's not happy. And then Dante has to answer for it again, and I read that and I was like, oh God, that's so his dad. That is 100% his dad. That's not Dante. That's his dad.
No, it's not Dante. It's not Dante. Well, I feel bad. I feel really bad for Dante, and I feel bad that for anybody that read those reports and was like, Dante Moore is this or Dante Moore is that. I'm just like, nope, that's Dante Moore's dad. Like that's just all it is, man.
At some point in time, Dante's got to take control of his life, right? But that's much easier said than done, guys, for an 18-year-old, right? Like he just needs to do that. Like how many of us had the balls to do that when we were 18 years old, right? And to me, I couldn't tell you if I had the balls or not because I didn't have that kind of dad. I had a very loving and supportive dad. Ryan, I know that you had a very supportive dad that you are so close with. I'm so close with mine. I couldn't even imagine what it'd be like to have a dad that constantly put him through the things that he's putting through as far as basically just how I view it. It's my opinion. Yeah. He views his kid as a meal ticket. That's it. It's a meal ticket. I'm going to use my son to get mine. That's how I view him. And so some of the deals that he was promised, he's probably not getting. And now he's leaking to people about how, Dante's not happy. Dante's perfectly happy. Right? He's like a low budget version of Lonzo of what's that guy's Lonzo Ball's dad's name? What's that guy's name? LeVar Ball. That's what he seems to me. I'm going to use my son to get mine. And where Dante's just like, can I please go play football now? Please. That's how I view it.
And his son has a chance to not only be a great college football player, but get generational wealth, potentially the NFL. And I just hope that his dad doesn't ruin him. I hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I really do. I really hope that doesn't happen, man, because I like Dante. And I know the fans don't, and he's got to do his own thing. And, again, easier said than done, guys. Easier said than done.
We had a question from Tyler Ehrig who says, what is the one recruit on offense and defense that you are most excited to see their senior year film? It's a great question.
What would yours be on? Let me ask you this, Ryan. So we're talking 24 kids, right? So let me ask you, give me the 3 kids on offense in order that you're really looking forward to seeing their senior film and why? Because I think it's going to be taken different ways. So let's go offense, Ryan. Give me that.
3 guys on offense that I'm looking forward to seeing their senior film. Anthony Knapp is one out of Roswell, Georgia, offensive tackle. I had a report that I put on the message board that apparently he's up to 282 pounds now, which I thought was a really promising thing. And he's maintained a lot of athleticism, I was told by his coaches. So I'm hoping he plays at a higher weight class this year and he shows that his foundational things that we do like about him are prevalent on his film. Anthony Knapp would be one without question. I think number 2 for me would be Logan Saldate. I liked his junior film a lot. I'm looking forward to seeing what his senior film looks like because I've heard that he is taking it up a notch from an athleticism perspective and his ability to change direction. Number 3 for me would be Styles Prescott. I like Styles' film. I don't love Styles' film, though, to be very honest. I think that there's a lot to work with, but I just didn't leave me crazily excited.
The tools are better than the film. Would you say that's true, Ryan? The tools are better than the film?
Yeah. I have some question about hip flexibility as well, but I think that there's building blocks to work on. So I hope he has a big year.
How about defense, Ryan? What were the 3 guys that you would say on defense?
Bryce Young, for me, defensive ends, playing obviously at a much bigger weight this year. Let's see what his play style is like and how much the jumping takes. Bodie Cahoon would be a big one for me. I really want to see Bodie. And although Carson Hobbs is banged up and might miss maybe a game or two, I'm excited to see what he looks like as a senior because it seems like the track numbers really improved this past year. And I'm looking to see if he adds a little bit more twitch to his game defensively.
Cole Mullins, because I just want to see if he's going to take the jump that he wants to take. I think Bryce Young is a big one. And I like the Bodie Cahoon one, Ryan, because like you've written about before, this kid didn't move to linebacker till like game 3 or 4 of his junior season.
He's only played 5 games at linebacker in his career. So,
I'm really curious to see. He's gotten bigger this offseason. Football's now definitely the sport he's going to play. I'm really interested to see what Bodie does this year. Offensively, I really want to see Micah Gilbert healthy. I think he's got a chance to have a big breakout year. I wouldn't say that I'm excited to see that. I wouldn't say that I'm excited to see Logan Saldate senior film, just more curious to see his senior film. I am really excited to see Kedron Young senior film. I think that kid's going to be an absolute monster this season. And then I'm with you on Styles because Styles is also a kid that's over 280 now. And I'm curious to see if, how that projects into that next level. So that would be my group of that one. Good stuff.
We had Eric O'Brien who says, what can be expectations for Brennan Vernon in 2023?
Well, I think right now the expectation, Eric, is just learn the defense, keep getting more comfortable. I like what I've seen from Brennan in practice. He's got a really nice get off. He's probably just, from what I've seen so far, the quickest off the line of all the freshmen. He's a guy that has really, Ryan, I didn't realize how long he was. I know you saw him down in this. I didn't realize how long he was just because the way that he was used at Mentor. He's got really long arms. Looks to be in very good shape. Looks comfortable on the edge. So I just think it's a learning process. Right now, again, gosh, guys, we're like in practice like 10 or 11, right? So we're still not even halfway through fall camp. He's ahead of the other 4 freshmen right now. As a freshman, but he's still very much a learning process. So I don't have a lot of expectations for Brendan other than just keep learning. But if I had to predict right now, based on what we've seen so far today, which freshman has the best chance to get on the field this year on the D-line, it'd be Brennan Vernon, which surprised me because he's a guy that I thought needed a lot of work. But I'll just say this. That kid's been putting in work this offseason. Like his hand play looks so much better. His get off is really nice. He looks a lot like he did in January, like where he'd slimmed down and was in really good shape. So he's been impressive to me so far. He really
He's a mean dude, man. I'm excited to see him with good weight on his frame because he looked a lot twitchier down in San Antonio. That's for sure, comparative to what he looked like just kind of in some of the senior clips we saw because he was 30 pounds lighter than what he was they were
letting him come loose too. Did you see the highlight film from the other night when they had that practice, the high school film?
Yep.
There was one of Brennan Vernon making a sideline tackle, a pursuit tackle, where him and I couldn't tell who the DB was, and him and a DB were tackling a receiver. It looked like a receiver. So he's looking really good. Let me ask this next one, Ryan.
I think there was a common misconception about Brennan Vernon because he's, this kid that we've known about for a long time, that he's like this low ceiling kid. And I'm just like, Brennan Vernon's talented, man. Like
he's the opposite.
Talented.
Yeah. Higher ceiling, lower floor. Needed a lot of work. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask this one, Ryan, because I want this is more for you at first. 5 Burkhart boys asks, can you talk about why Jerome Bettis Jr. is a take? I just don't see him competing at a high level at Notre Dame. We talked a little bit about this, but can you just kind of dive into it a little more specifically with this question?
I think that it's similar to what we talked about with Bryce Young this past process, right? Bryce Young was not a Notre Dame caliber player when I first saw him, when he first got his offer at Notre Dame, in my opinion. He was 215 pounds, underdeveloped, like he just didn't look like a Notre Dame football player. But there was growth that happens, right? And I think, again, we have to consider Jerome Bettis Jr. is about to play his junior year of high school. It's not like this kid's about to be a senior or even a freshman in college. Like, there is still 2 years of growth that is about to happen for this young man. And I think anytime you have a kid that has NFL pedigree, there is possibility to grow into a player that you see and that you expect him to turn into. So Bryce Young, it paid off. Jerome Bettis Jr., I think Notre Dame's thinking that there's going to be a similar trajectory. And plus, this offseason, He's had some opportunities at camps that we've seen where he looks like a different type of athlete than what he looked like in 2022 film. So I think you're betting on the upside, the projection. You have to remember that he's only a sophomore in high school.
Ryan, we need to address something that people keep bringing up, and it just amazes me. This is from John DeCrisio. He says, also, if you take into consideration all the sports, the Pac-12 was awesome. How many times has Stanford won the Sears Cups for all sports? I also think the Pac-12 has more national championships for all sports than any other conference. The problem is leadership in the Pac-12. The leadership is a symptom of a bigger problem. But folks, if the leadership in the Pac-12 sucked, they would still have a conference. Y'all get that, right? If there was TV value in the Pac-12, there would be an offer on the table. Like, you guys have to come to grips with this. What these schools do in non-football sports really doesn't matter when it comes to TV deals. Why did Washington and Oregon leave the Pac-12, Ryan? Money. What's driving the money? Football. That's it. Right? We're making this way too complicated. It doesn't matter how good the Pac-12 and those other sports are. If it was, Stanford would be Stanford women's basketball team won a national championship recently. Right? There's water polo, all their sports. They're great. They're great at all the sports. Nobody cares because it doesn't drive revenue. It doesn't. That's not what these deals are being made about. If those sports were so great at producing revenue, then there'd still be a Pac-12. The Pac-12 leadership has sucked for a long time. Larry Scott was a terrible conference commissioner, and the guy that replaced him was in over his head and not good either. But the Big 12 also went through a long period of time where its leadership was terrible too. And guess what? It's still a thriving entity despite losing its two premier teams, right? That's not just leadership. That's also it's more of a football market. So we can talk about how good the Pac-12 is. We've never said the Pac-12 wasn't a great conference in non-football sports. But because they haven't been really relevant in football on a championship level for a long time, and because they have an apathetic fan base, and you cannot deny that the Pac-12 has a largely apathetic fan base outside of a couple schools. Oregon has a pretty good fan base, right? I mean, I think it's a very small fan base. It's a rabid one, but it's not like the USC fan base when USC is good. USC has a great fan base when they're good. It just evaporates when they're not good. That's just the problem. And the USC, UCLA basketball fan base isn't big enough to move the needle. Like, we have to come to grips with that. I've had this conversation recently with somebody on the message board, Ryan, and they're saying, I said there's no way the Big Ten's going to want Stanford and Cal, and they're going to want Washington and Oregon, and just kept coming at me with like their academic standing and how good these other sports. I'm like, then why aren't people beating down the door to get Stanford in their conference? When the Pac-12 was disintegrating, why has nobody come for Stanford?
Well, apparently ACC is, so.
Supposedly.
Yeah.
But that's as a what? Well, there's nobody left. Why didn't the Big 12 go for Stanford? Why didn't the Big 10 go for Stanford? Because none of that stuff matters, Ryan. This is the whole point. They have one of the worst Power 5 fan bases in the country from an apathetic standpoint. There's just no TV market for those programs. And if there was, they'd be in a different position right now. So we can talk about how great the Pac-12 is at sports. Again, we're not disputing that. Matter of fact, I wish that mattered more. I don't like the current reality, but I'm just explaining to what the current reality is. I hate it. I hate it. If I had my wish and I was the president of college sports, I'd go back to the old conferences. There'd be like 9. Be the ACC. I'd bring that back to Big East. I'd bring back the Southwest Conference. You'd still have the Big 8. You'd have the SEC. You'd have the Pac-10. You know, that's what I'd make. The Mountain West would be better because I'd send like, BYU back there. I mean, that's what I wish we would do. That's just not reality, because right now it's all about TV money, and the TV money all comes from football. So all that stuff doesn't matter. We can talk about it all we want, but it's not just a leadership problem, because if it was a leadership problem in the conference, then you'd see these conferences kind of competing for all those schools. And to a degree, that's what you saw, right? With the USC and UCLA. It's what you saw with the Arizona schools. You and I have talked about this in the past, Ryan, where if the Big 12 is smart, they're going to go try to get those Arizona schools because that's a growing TV market.
Yeah.
And it's not a huge professional sports area, right? You've got the Suns and you've got the Cardinals and all that and the Diamondbacks, but like there's a growing college fan base there and it's a big TV market. You'd go Colorado makes sense to a degree, but if Stanford was this great sports program in the areas where it matters to these conferences, wouldn't they be one of the first ones to get scooped up? You'd think so, right? But they're not. That's why. I mean, because if Oregon didn't have the Nike money, Oregon State, they're sitting there without a conference, right? Or actually, you know what? The Pac-12 might still be a thing because Oregon is the one that led the leave, this most recent push to leave, and then Washington followed them out the door. So that stuff just doesn't matter.
I feel like I'm in a Game of Thrones episode where everyone's just trying to strengthen their house to sit on the throne in the end, but I don't know if that's ever going to happen. So,
yeah.
Then the Night King is going to come in and kill everyone. But
yeah, I like that analogy.
Yeah,
that's good. I like that.
John Marinich says, "Who's better, Cam Williams or Talon Taylor?" Right now, Cam Williams because he's a junior in high school compared to a sophomore in high school.
As a sophomore, Talon was better, but Cam made a huge jump as a junior. Like a huge jump. We'll see what kind of Talon, to now your point, Ryan, Talon now needs to make a jump to now catch back up to where Cam was as a junior. So if you look at them both as sophomores, Talon was a better player. Cam became the better player as a junior. Now we're going to see what Talon can do as a junior. But both have very high ceilings. There's no doubt about that.
Both very good players. We can all agree on that. Yes.
Yep.
Next question from Pete Weber says, will all of this conference realignment have any impact on any big-time recruits in the 2024-2025 class worth keeping an eye out on? That's an interesting question.
Yeah, I don't know that I have an answer, Ryan. I mean, I think that's kind of a wait. I mean, I think it will with some schools, right? Like, I think this is going to kill Stanford. I mean, this is going to really hurt Stanford and Oregon State and Cal until they can find a home, right? I mean, you're thinking you're signing up to be part of a Pac-12 team, and now where are you going to be? I don't know. Like, does being in the Big 12 help Arizona now dip into Texas more? Does it help Colorado get their recruiting foothold back in Texas again? I think it's possible. I don't know, but it's too early to tell, to be honest with you. I don't think going to the Big 12 or Big 10 is going to all of a sudden make Oregon a better recruiting school. I don't know that it will. But I could be wrong. I mean, we don't know one way or the other, to me. I think those schools think it's going to help. Like, I don't think going to the SEC is going to help Texas recruit better. What's going to help Texas recruit better is being better on the football field. And I don't think going to the SEC helps them get better on the football field. I think staying in the Big 12 and dominating the Big 12 would have helped them recruit better. I don't know what you think about that, Ryan, but overall, I just think it's too early to tell what some of these moves. It's still too fresh. I really don't know how these kids are going to process all these things.
The coaches and the decision makers, though, for these Pac-12 teams that are left just kind of sitting out there right now, they're going to have answers for those kids. I mean, I think about Stanford with Elijah Brown and Benedict Ume and some good football players, right, that are committed to Stanford in the 2024 class. There's a couple kids from Oregon State that I think are really talented, including one of their defensive backs that is out of New Hampshire. Like, there are some guys, I think, in those classes that if I was a parent, I would want to talk to those coaches and talk to the decision makers, be like, hey, between us, what's your plan here? Like, do you have a plan? Are you independents, joining another conference, begging to be in one of the bigger conferences? Like, what is your plan? If they don't have a plan, then I think that there is a negative effect that will happen, especially on those teams that are just kind of left outside looking in right now.
And I'll say this to you, Ryan, as well. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this. And this is kind of coming from a comment that triggered in my head something that Andrew Gilmore just said in the chat. He said basically Oregon State's going to lose their coach. I don't know about that, right, because he's an alum. But I will say this. It's not just the recruits that are looking for answers. If I'm Jonathan Smith, if I'm Troy Taylor, if I'm Justin Wilcox, I want answers. What is your plan? Because
Troy Taylor, man.
Yeah, I know, right? You went from one FCS school to another one. But if you're Jonathan Smith, I've said this before, and I think you've agreed with me on this, Ryan. I believe Jonathan Smith, if Oregon State takes care of the program and sports program, is going to be there for a long time. But now I look at it and say, what's your incentive for staying there now? Right? I mean, I love my school, but like we just got demoted basically to a group of 5 potentially at this point in time. I'd want to know what the plan is, and as much as I love my school, if I can't compete at the highest level, then I got to make some decisions. Maybe he stays, maybe he doesn't. But I think he's gonna. Those guys are going to be looking for answers now too. I mean, they've got to be.
There's a lot of
especially Jonathan Smith.
A lot of hard questions that have to be asked moving forward for everyone involved. There's no doubt.
Here's one, Ryan, and I'm going to ask this one of you from Andrew Gilmore. Says, will Stanford's class fall apart? Stanford has a major QB committed for 24. Could Notre Dame flip Emmett Mosley Jr.? Let's address that last one first, Ryan, because I don't think that this is going to affect Notre Dame and Emmett Mosley. But
yeah, I don't think so. I mean, could Emmett Mosley end up at a different school other than Stanford? It's always possible, but it won't end up. I don't think he'll end up at Notre Dame. Like, that's just kind of where we are, Andrew. But I mean, to your original question, it's kind of what we just hit on, right? I mean, could it affect the class? Yes. Could it not affect the class, though? I mean, I really think it depends on what Stanford's plan is. Like, I don't know the answer to that, right? Like, I'm sure they're having deep conversations about this. I'm sure that their president and the coaches and decision makers all the way up and down are having this conversation. They have to be, because they have to have answers to it, right? So it really depends on how thorough the plan is and what the plan is how well they'll keep it intact, because the 2024 Stanford class is a really underrated class. Like, it's a good class. I was really impressed with what Troy Taylor has been doing so far on the recruiting trail. I actually thought Stanford, if they pack together a couple of those classes together and Troy Taylor's a solid coach, it's like, okay, you can sort of get back a little bit, right? But I mean, could it fall apart? It's possible. I just think it's about if they have answers to the hard questions right now. I'm not sure they do.
How can you? I mean, I don't know how they can. I mean, they're put in a very, very tough situation. Irish AJ asks, does Notre Dame look at the Stanford game now and possibly drop them for a team in a conference? I don't know that rivalry was going to go on anyway. I think, what is it? There's one more year of it. I think maybe one more year of that. Actually, what is this? Hold on a second. Let me look at Notre Dame's 2024 schedule. The Notre Dame Stanford series stops soon, or at least the contract. So they got next year, maybe 25. I think 25 is the last year for that. Let's see here. 25. Stanford is not currently on Notre Dame's schedule.
Okay.
So their contract is up. They haven't re-signed. If you're Stanford, this is the worst time for that to happen. Because if I'm Notre Dame, Ryan, what value is there in playing Stanford right now? Well, you get a West Coast game. Well, go find another West Coast game. Go play Arizona. Go play, go play somebody else. I don't know what value Stanford brings to you anymore. That Notre Dame could maybe prop it up, I guess, and still play them to help them out. But I mean, Notre Dame's got to do what's best for Notre Dame at this point in time. But that's a good question. That's a very good question.
People will watch it on TV, but I mean, are there going to be a lot of recruits that are going to be checking out Stanford and seeing how Notre Dame's doing out west? Like, it's not going to be appealing.
If you're in the Mountain West, Ryan, it's no different than if Central Michigan's playing Notre Dame, right? They're going to pay attention, but they're still not going to go to Central Michigan. Not the kids that you really want. So I don't.
Might as well just go play Fresno State or San Jose State if that's kind of your mission.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's essentially what they would become, right? If they're in the same conference, why does Notre Dame not travel out west to play Fresno at the end of every year? Because Fresno brings no value. Well, if Stanford's on the Pac-12, I don't know what value they bring anymore. I hate saying it, and I hope. I mean, it's kind of like, Ryan. There's bad leadership within bad leadership. Like, part of the reason the bad leadership of the Pac-12 conference existed is because there's bad leadership from a school level, because the conference commissioner works for the presidents. They could have gotten rid of Larry Scott time and time again, and they didn't, because it's bad leadership, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, that's just the reality of it. So I don't know what they're going to do. There's a lot of questions, Ryan, and we should do a show on this sometime. There's a lot of questions about what Notre Dame and the West Coast opponents. Does USC look to get out of their contract with Notre Dame when it's up, now that they're in the Big Ten? Does Notre Dame say, hey, now that you guys are in the Big Ten, you're going to be playing November games anyway in the cold. Why not come play us at the end of every year now? Let's make our rivalry at the end of every season. So it's going to get interesting. But the thing is, guys, is we don't have a lot of answers for this stuff.
Right.
Because you know who else doesn't? Commissioners, presidents, head coaches, ADs.
The people that
we
make
don't have
decisions.
a lot of answers right now. I really don't. I wish we did. But yeah, we've had a couple questions about Lucky Ducks asked kind of the same question. Like, honestly, right now, if I'm Notre Dame, the one incentive we still had to play Stanford is now gone.
Right.
In my opinion. At least that's my opinion. If I'm in a position of leadership at Notre Dame. I was ready to get rid of that series anyway, Ryan, because you and I have talked about this for 2 years now. Stanford has clearly de-emphasized football. They just have. Right. So what value do they bring to you? Not much.
Yeah. You're also not competing for the same kids in the recruiting world anymore, so like that doesn't matter. Yeah.
Agree.
Brandon Plensner, what's up, Brandon? Says, would Notre Dame take Daniel Anderson from Arkansas as the second running back if he wanted to commit? He's out of Bryant High School, by the way. Does the staff not have any other running backs higher on the board to where they'd like to see that recruitment play out first?
Right now?
Yep.
I don't believe Daniel Anderson is a guy that could call up the Notre Dame staff and commit to Notre Dame. I'm aware of the reports. I don't think that and the reason is I don't know that there's anyone that could do that right now. I think Notre Dame is in evaluation mode with running backs right
as
now.
They should be. Yeah.
And could that change if guys have great starts to their senior seasons? Or absolutely, it could change. Or junior seasons. It'd be for Daniel Anderson. It'd be a junior season. Sure, absolutely. But no, this is not a situation of a pending commitment. And I know what you're referring to, Brandon, and I don't believe that to be the situation at the present moment.
No reason to force the issue when you already have a running back committed in the 2025 class.
I think some people still have a fundamental misunderstanding of crystal balls. Crystal balls are not always this kid's going to commit next week.
Right.
This is where we think it's trending, even when there's not a decision to be made.
Right.
And
they get like extra points, right? If they're early on it.
Yes. So like if I work for 24/7 and I think, this is a kid that's down the road, but right now I think Notre Dame's a leader. I can change it whenever I want. So if next week Notre Dame calls me and tells me, hey, we're not taking this kid, I can change it to somebody else. And that's something else I don't like about crystal balls. I would have a lot more respect for it if you could do it once. And you can't do it within a week of a kid's commitment date. Right. I mean, something, where you can't just everybody changes it last minute when the kid's about to commit. And then like, I got a 93%, accuracy. No, you don't. Because you wait till the last minute or you flip at the last minute. So you can only do it once. So you better be careful with how you put it in because you only do it once. You can't change it. But the way that it works, to your point, Ryan, is if I put a crystal ball in now for a kid that I think is going to commit months down the road, then I get more points and whatever better results if he does end up picking. But like we see this stuff all the time. I remember one time somebody put a crystal ball in for Alex Bauman, Kevin Bauman's brother, to go to Notre Dame.
Oh yeah.
He ended up signing with Tulane. You know what I mean? So like I understood why that crystal ball was put in early. I don't think it should have been, but I understand it because it's like, well, hey, if they push for him, they're going to get this kid.
Brother. Yeah.
And, and I get a lot of points for it or whatever the case may be. So it's not always and they do this to themselves, Ryan, because when a kid is about to commit, they'll all put crystal balls in the same day. And then it kind of, everybody thinks, well, so then when they do it and it's not a kid's committing tomorrow,
right?
People will jump the gun and think that. And that's kind of where it's at.
A lot more of those prediction percentages would start to look like Brandon Wimbush's completion percentage at Notre Dame.
If they can only do it once. Yeah. And they couldn't do it like right near an announcement. Absolutely.
Yes.
Once a kid announces his date or that he's going to commit, you can't put a crystal ball in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd
have a lot more respect for exactly. I'd have a lot more respect for someone with a high percentage at that point in time.
Yes.
Than the other way around.
We had a super chat from Tyler Evans who says, which Pac-12 school will have thank you so much for the super chat, Tyler. I forgot to say that. Which Pac-12 school will have a harder time in the Big Ten and end up like Nebraska?
I would say Washington and UCLA. UCLA being at the top of my list. I said Washington UCLA first, but I think UCLA is the one that I think has the best option. Washington maybe could be better than Nebraska. But when I say Washington, Ryan, in Nebraska, I'm more thinking of what Nebraska was for the first decade of being in the Big Ten. They were
Yeah.
like a 9-win team almost every year. I mean, who was it? Who was their coach when they
Bo
made the
Pelini.
move into the Big Ten? Was
I
Bo
think
their
it's Bo
coach when they
Pelini.
made the move into the Big Ten? I can't remember, because what year was that? Was that 13 or 14?
I can't remember.
It was 11, actually. So yeah, Bo was their coach when they made the move. Well, in his last 3 years in the Big 12, Bo won 9, 10, and 10 games. And then the next 4 years at Nebraska, he won 9, 10, 9, and 9 games, right? I mean,
Yeah.
they were pretty much the same team because the Big 10 West wasn't great. And then, of course, Wisconsin or Nebraska, said, hey, we think we matter more. And Bo wasn't the most lovable guy on the planet. So they got rid of him and hired Mike Riley, who's a much more likable guy, and they weren't very good. They went 6-7, 9-4, and 4-8. Then Mike Riley gets fired, and then I'm trying to remember, who did they bring? Is that when did they get Frost
I think
right
Scott
after
Frost
him?
after that. Yeah. I
Okay,
think
so they get Frost in 2008. They think he's going to turn it around, and of course he's a failure as well. I mean, he was awful. He goes 4-8, 5-7, 3-5, 3-9. He goes 1-2. They get fired, and they finish the year 4-8. So to me, like when I say Washington, Ryan, it's that early Big Ten success for Nebraska. Like an 8 to 10 win team every year. Occasionally you have that one really good senior laden team that maybe can make a run at a championship game in the conference, but you're not going to be a powerhouse. USC is still going to be USC. If they have a good coach, they're going to be good. I mean, that's just the reality of it, right, Ryan? I mean, they're going to still get West Coast kids. They're USC. If USC has the right coach, they can be good in whatever conference they play in. If they have the right coach, they don't, they won't be good. And that's the problem for me with them in the Big Ten, Ryan, is if they make a bad hire at head coach, it's going to hurt them a lot more now than it did when they were in the Pac-12. Because even under Clay Helton, they could win games in the Pac-12 that they could just still out-talent people until his last year. You do that in the Big Ten, you better hope you have a soft schedule coming up, because there's going to be a lot more teams in the Big Ten that can beat a Clay Helton coached USC team than what before. And a perfect example is the 2017 Notre Dame team season, where USC was 11-3. They dominated the Pac-12. They played 2 Midwestern teams that were really good, and they got their brains beat in both games. Now, the Ohio State game was 24-7, but the game was as physically dominant as the Notre Dame game was over them. They were never in that game. And then Notre Dame beat them 49-14 because that was a soft, not very well coached, very talented USC team. Well, now you might have to play 4 or 5 teams like that, depending on what your schedule looks like. So you can't hide a bad coach as much. But right now with Lincoln Riley, USC is going to win, and they're going to be very good in whatever league they play in the longer Lincoln is there, in my opinion. And now he's going to be going into year 4 as a head coach. By the time they join the Big Ten, they'll be fine as long as they continue to make good coaching hires. But as we've seen at UCLA USC most of our lifetime, USC tends to make more bad hires than good hires. And that was true, Ryan, even when I was young. So we'll see. But UCLA, to me, I think this kills UCLA. I don't think UCLA has any chance of becoming a football conference championship caliber team in the Big Ten. I don't think they have any chance. And Oregon's another one. Oregon has proven that they can go toe-to-toe with Big Ten teams. I mean, they went into Columbus a couple years ago and beat Ohio State because Oregon has always been a team that traditionally has been a very good let's run the football team, right? They get those big Samoan linemen that are physical. They've produced some NFL offensive linemen. They play more of a style of football to me that would fit well in the Big Ten, and then they're going to have really good athletes. So I think Oregon could be a Penn State caliber team in the Big Ten. Never Ohio State, never Michigan, never USC, but could be a Penn State team. I could see Oregon being that good in the Big Ten, in my opinion.
Well, and they recruit on a high level, obviously, and I agree with you in that instance. I mean, UCLA was my easy answer to the question. Because one, I think that they don't recruit as well as the other 3 schools that we're talking about there. Not quite. And then also, I still believe Chip Kelly wants to go back to the NFL at some point. I mean, he's never been a guy that's just kind of stuck around for a long time in any one place. And I think that just kind of seeing him in Philadelphia for a couple of years, I think perception bothers him a little bit at times. So I think that he kind of wants to get back to the NFL to kind of prove some guys wrong at some point. So I'd be surprised if Chip Kelly was there for like another 7 years, something like that. Like I would just be very surprised if he was there that long. Had a super chat from Justin Knox. Thank you so much, Justin. Who are 3 players on each side of the ball we can least afford to lose, not named Sam Hartman? Who can potentially cost us a game?
Oh boy, Joe Alt to me, Ryan, at left tackle is the
one.
most obvious one.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say I'm gonna cheat, and I'm not gonna cheat. I truly believe this, Ryan. I think the 3 most the positions they can least afford to lose someone that could cost them a game if it's a middle of the game is literally your 3 returning starters on the offensive line. Blake Fisher, Joe Walton, Zeke Correll. Look, skill positions to me are much more easy to plug and play, Ryan, because they're naturally rotation positions anyway. So let's say one of your starting receivers goes down in the second quarter. You're not replacing them with a dude that's never seen the field that game, right? You've already got a rotation going. Is Notre Dame have a back as good as Audric Estime right now? No, they don't. But could they absolutely put some guys on the field that they can go win a lot of football games with behind him? Absolutely. And it doesn't mean that Audric's not important or not good. It just means it's the nature of the position. It's a lot easier to just go throw a freshman running back out and say, hey, we're just going to rely on Jeremiah Love's God-given ability with Jabron Payne and Jadarian Price. They don't necessarily know what they're doing, but just get them the flipping ball, right? You can't do that on the offensive line. There's so much more technique involved and communication, and I'm working with somebody else. And it's not that just let your athleticism take over like it is at receiver and those type of positions. So I'm going center in both tackle spots for me. I mean, now, if you're talking about could Notre Dame lose all 3 of their starting receivers and be good, that'd be tougher because now you don't have a lot of depth. But, I mean, if Notre Dame had to go into a game and your starting 3 was Deion Colsey, Jaden Greathouse, and Rico Flores, your offense isn't going to suck. You know what I mean, Ryan? Like, they're going to still be okay at that point in time. So that's why I'm going to 3 linemen on offense.
Joe Alt would be number 1. For me, number 2 would be Zeke Correll for the similar reasons. I mean, centers are very important. I actually would go Audric at running back just because there's some injuries behind him as far as in the past, and just kind of the durability stuff of running backs I think could be a little tricky at times. So I would go Audric, but I would go center and left tackle as 2 of the most important positions on offense if I can't pick quarterback.
I will say this. Not disagreeing with your opinion. If you were able to see fall camp this year, I think you might change your mind. Just because you'd see guys are healthy, and you haven't seen Devin Ford in a Notre Dame uniform. You haven't seen how Jadarian looks and all that kind of stuff. So it's a fair point. And I would wonder if I hadn't been at practice if I would have a similar view to you.
That's fair.
Yeah. Defense. What about defense, Ryan? I'm going to go on defense. To me, it is going to be Benjamin Morrison, Xavier Watts, and I'm going to go either one of the big ends, either Nana or Javante Jean-Baptiste. And the reason I say that is because that's a position I'm already concerned about. And when you lose a starter from a position I'm already concerned about, and now all of a sudden a true freshman likely gets moved to number 2, or you got to move somebody out, that's not a great spot to be. So you can't afford to lose one of those 3 guys. So it's a little bit of a different way of looking at it, Ryan. It's not so much that they're one of the 3 most irreplaceable. It's just if that position becomes a weakness, it's going to be hard for me to say your defensive line is going to be great because teams just say, look, we can avoid 12 and 99 because we're going to pick on these big ends because they're throwing a bunch of freshmen out there now because they had an injury. So that's where I'm going to go. Benjamin Morrison, Xavier Watts, and either one of the big ends. You can't lose either one of them. I'll put them together.
Benjamin Morrison, Xavier Watts for a lot of the same reasons. And then I would go with Riley Mills just because I think Riley Mills is going to be a dude this year. And while I think that you still have some options behind him, I'm just a little worried about the separation from a senior compared to a redshirt sophomore or a true freshman or working down the list.
Because you'd have like Jason Onye could play there, Gabriel Rubio could play there, Donovan Heinisch could play there. None of them would be as good as Riley. That was my gut was to go there, or Botelho was sort of my gut if it was more about losing a premium player.
Botelho's
be picking one of those 2.
Yeah.
But that's when we'll talk about concerns we have of this team when we get close to the season, because I have some. I mean, I'm excited about this team, but I'm not looking at saying, boy, this is a perfect team with no problems. They're gonna destroy everyone. They're gonna look like 2019 LSU. I'm not saying that. And the biggest concern I've had so far is just that big end position. Just a lot of uncertainty about what it's going to look like this year.
Yeah. We had another super chat from Mark 1. Thank you, Mark. Any new news with the weight room new progression?
I'm not quite sure what you're referring to there. If it's referring to
new strength and conditioning coach, maybe.
If it's referring to the new coach, I don't have any news on that. If it's referring to how guys are progressing in the weight room, I don't have any news on that right now. Camp's not a heavy weight room time anyway. It's more about just maintaining and then if it's about there's some talk about remodeling and that type of thing. So if you're talking about that either, also I don't have a lot of information. So no matter which angle we look at it, I don't have a lot for you on the strength and conditioning program in the weight room right now. So sorry about that, buddy, but I do appreciate your super chat, Mark.
Next question was from Corey Dean, who says, what is going to happen to the 6 automatic bids on the 12 playoff now that it's the Pac-4?
Well, if the rule doesn't change, it just means,
which it might.
Right.
Yeah.
If it doesn't change, you still have 6 conferences champions. It just won't be the Pac-4. There won't be a Pac-4. I mean, there's not going to be a 4-team Pac-4 in 2024. Something's going to happen. They're either going to merge or they're going to bring some teams with them, whatever the case may be. What'll happen is okay, you've got the Big Ten champ, the SEC champ, the Big 12 champ, the ACC champ. Then it's going to be the Mountain West champ or the AAC champ or something like that if the rule doesn't change. Most likely what I would think would happen is, and this is what I think the big conferences would like, is I think what they'll do, Ryan, is they're going to go to just 4. I think they'll drop to 4. They may go 5 and say, because we want to have some, group of 5 team and drop it down to 5. But I think you'll just remove 1 or 2 spots from that is what I think will happen. I don't think they're just going to completely revamp it and say, hey, no automatic, because some people said no automatic bids. And, to me, when the conference is expanded to 12, I don't know why you have automatic bids. I think the only reason the automatic bid was put in there was to guarantee a group of 5. I think that's the only reason for an automatic bid. I wouldn't be surprised. And I've gone back and forth on this as I've thought through it, so I could change my mind again. But I think at this point in time, the best odds are that you'll just see them get rid of automatic bids and just look at it that way. If there's a push to change it, you can maybe say they'll go to 5 and 4 of the Big 4 champ gets a bid, and then the highest ranked group of 5 champ, I think, is the most likely thing we'll see. But I think the whole thing gets revamped as far as the bids. How do other aspects of it get impacted by this? I don't know. But I'll be surprised if they just keep going with 6. I just don't see that. I just don't see that happening. I could see him dropping to 4. I could see him going to 5, and I could see him getting rid of it. I personally would get rid of it, but that's just because if your champ is not one of the 12 best, you shouldn't be in anyway. And what you can maybe see then is, like, if they were to go to 4, you could come up with something. How I could see this: the 4 quote unquote power conferences, their champ gets an automatic 1 through 4 seed, something like that. You can maybe see something like that. Again, I don't know that I would do that, but there's a lot of different options they could do. I personally would not. I just get rid of automatic bids personally. And I think that's eventually where it's going to be. As more of these conferences kind of get done away with, I think it's just going to be more of a just no bids. Just pick your 12. The other thing you could do is you could keep it at 6 and then expand a playoff to 16. That's another thing that they could do. I hope that they don't do that. I don't want to see it expanded beyond 12. Let's get to the next question. Is from Nick P. Said, thoughts on Stanford potentially heading to the ACC. Geographically, this realignment stuff is nuts, and I feel bad for the other student athletes who play multiple games per week. The reason the Stanford stuff is so unbelievable to me, Ryan, is I look at it like this. With USC and UCLA, there was at least another school that went with them. you now have Washington, Oregon. So there is a West Coast presence where you can at least right now in the Big Ten, you can at least play a couple, 3 road games for sure against a fellow West Coast team. Although if you look at a map, Washington and Oregon are not that close to LA. The West Coast is pretty big. It's a hike, but with Stanford being the only team, that means all those great sports we've talked about all have to cross over 3 time zones to play teams where at least like if you're USC, you're like, oh, cool, this is the year we get Nebraska and Iowa on the schedule, so we only have to go halfway across the country.
Sure.
Like, what's the closest ACC school to them? It's Notre Dame. Because, again, we're talking about the non-football sports. It's Notre Dame. Notre Dame is literally the closest school to the West Coast when you're looking at the ACC. After that, it's what? Pitt?
But still
right?
on the
And
Eastern time zone and
yeah.
Notre Dame. So,
in Notre Dame, yeah, exactly. So it's like every school you play is east of Chicago. That's a tough sell. So to me, if the ACC is going to make that kind of move, they'd almost have to be as bold as to say, we're going to take all 4 of the remaining Pac-12 teams. So that way we have a West Coast presence or something. I just see how just bringing one of them does anything. I don't know how that makes any sense. Again, unless I said is it's a ploy to try to get Notre Dame in for football. Maybe it's a bluff. Hey, Notre Dame, because there's no other thing that makes sense, Ryan. Like just bringing Stanford alone. I don't know. Here's something I'd have to know. What is the contract that you have with the network? So my understanding of the Big Ten, and I could be wrong, so if some of you know the answer to this and I'm wrong on this, please correct me in the chat and I'll correct it. I don't think that what happens here, Ryan, is the contract with Fox just gets expanded for however much they're paying everybody else. They get the same amount. It doesn't. It's less of a pool being spread out. My understanding with the Big 12, however, is that if they add markets, they will expand it. Is my understanding. I could be wrong on that, but I believe that's so. Not every TV contract is the same. I don't know what the ACC's TV deal is. To where if they expand, does that mean ESPN gives them more money to pay to that team so that they'd add Stanford, and then ESPN would give them that extra amount of whatever the amount is that goes to Stanford? I don't know the contract. I don't know what that would mean. Would that that would be a big part of it. But there's no way the ACC is just going to add Stanford. They already have the smallest TV deal amongst the surviving conferences. They're making less than the Big 12, I believe. They're definitely making less than the SEC and the Big 10. They're going to add another school and spread that money out even more. That's something Florida State's going to be okay with. I just don't see how that makes sense. I think the only way it would make sense is if somehow this was a ploy to get Notre Dame in, and if you can somehow swing for the fences and get Notre Dame in, you now have a legitimate ability to renegotiate your contract. Because ESPN saw how good Notre Dame was to the ACC in 2020. We all saw it. It's not theory. It's not what we think. We saw it. The TV revenue when Notre Dame was in your conference was the best you've ever had. So I just don't see how it makes a lot of sense, man. I really, it can't just be Stanford. There's got to be more to it than that.
I think there would be more to it as far as like numbers of teams. I think it's just one of the teams you're starting to hear about. Like I really like again, I could be completely wrong, but I think ACC is just trying to get numbers right now. They're like strength in numbers because we're going to lose this battle if we don't get numbers behind our side. Like that's just kind of how I think.
If you're going to do that, you got to add somebody other than Stanford. That's the whole point.
I mean, maybe that's the only people that they can pull. Like, I mean, they're losing people to the Big 10, to the SEC,
me, I think
to the Big 12 even.
Yeah,
like, I don't know.
I get it. The problem with that, though, is sometimes it would be a poor decision to do that. If you're correct, and you could be. I don't know. If you're correct, to me, that almost is like a worse move. Like, guys.
Desperation.
Yeah. Yes, exactly, Ryan. You're trying to go get the worst, probably Power 5 fan base in all of football in Stanford. Like, that doesn't move the needle. It's a bad football TV market, and it's a very apathetic fan base. How does that make your conference stronger? It doesn't. I mean, look, last year in Stanford's last 3 home games, their attendance was 25,000, 26,500, and 25,000. That's it. That's it. And so, I mean, you look at Oregon. Oregon is a big time football school. Right? And their stadium seats less than 60,000.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about in the Big Ten, they've got 3 teams now where you've got over 100,000 seat stadiums. Name me a team in the Pac-12 that could sell out a 100,000 seat stadium. And it's not that Oregon doesn't have a rabid fan base. They do.
It's a good fan base.
It's a very small school. It's a state. I mean, it's a very small state. It's part of the problem that Notre Dame has, right? It's like Indiana's a small state and it's not a giant football state. So, is Notre Dame have a small fan base? I mean, or a bad fan base that they couldn't sell out a 100,000 seat stadium like Ohio State? No, it's not that at all. It's a much smaller state than Ohio. And a lot of Notre Dame's fan base is kind of spread all out. And Notre Dame couldn't sell out 100,000 seats. They could against Ohio State. They could against Clemson, but they're not going to do that against – I mean, they barely – they didn't actually sell out against Northwestern the last time. And some of the teams they've played in recent years, the school buys the tickets and stuff. So there's just a lot of stuff that goes into it, Ryan, that it's just that stuff plays into it, man. It's the rabid nature of the fan base and how that impacts your TV market. Last year Stanford Oregon played one game last year, Ryan, one game where there was more than 60,000 people in the stands. It was the opener against Georgia.
Yeah.
That was played in Atlanta. There's 76,000 fans. That's it. I mean, you're talking about a team that was a pretty good football team last year.
They were,
and that was it. That's all they played. That they didn't play any more than that. You look at USC, how good USC was last year, Ryan. I mean, they were a pretty good football team last year, right? You look at USC's home attendance. They had 72,000 against Notre Dame. Well, you and I both know that's a big Notre Dame audience.
Yeah.
The rest of their home games were 60,000, 67,000, 62, 63, 64, 61, 72. That means there was about 8,000 or more empty seats for every other home game than what they had for Notre Dame. And it's still 72,000. Could you imagine how the panic that would be going on in Columbus, Ohio, if there was only 70,000 people showed up for an Ohio State game? Right? I mean, that'd be like Ohio State had 100,000 people in their stands last year, Ryan, for the Arkansas State game. USC can't get more than 72,000 for the Notre Dame game. It's just a different animal out there, man. It just is. Washington has good crowds. They had 68,000 for the Michigan State game last year, 68 for the Colorado game. Do you know how many people attended the Apple Cup? 33,000.
Really?
That's it.
That's weird.
Well, Washington State has a much smaller stadium.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily that nobody cared. It's just a smaller stadium.
Ticket prices must have been insane for that game.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, the stadium capacity for that stadium is 33,000. They're closer to MAC schools, Ryan, than they are to Power 5 schools. And you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing that people have to understand is it's just not the same kind of rabid fan base that you see in the South. Like, I've tried to make this point, like outside of Georgia, is there an SEC school that you believe is in a big TV market? What's probably the next best one? Probably like what? Vanderbilt? Like as far as like what we consider the big TV market. No, but my point is the SEC, the South is the TV market. It's the South, right? It's like it doesn't matter how small it is. It's everybody in old Mississippi is tuning into the Ole Miss Mississippi State game, right? I mean, that's the difference. It's just and somebody made a point earlier, which is fair. There's a whole lot more to do in California than there is in Mississippi on a Saturday afternoon. I mean, that's a fair point to make. That's a very fair point to make. But that leads to the apathy of it, and that's just it's just a different animal, man. And so I don't know what value Stanford adds. I will say this, if it wasn't about money and Stanford was located in like Missouri, Stanford is a perfect ACC school. when you look at the type of school it is, they are great in other sports. It's a high academic
Standards.
institution. The ACC has some, has some value to that. So that fit I could understand, but just geographically and football wise, there's just absolutely no value in adding Stanford.
Well,
to it.
geographically, nothing makes sense anymore.
No,
so.
no, it absolutely does not.
We had a question from Brandon Pledzner. Says, how would you feel if Notre Dame took 3 wide receivers in 2025, with one of them being Jerome Bettis Jr., other 2 are Derek Meadows and Talon Taylor, and they chose to take Bettis over a Cooper Perry, Dalen McCutcheon, etc.? Be a serious misstep, in my opinion.
I think that's a bit too strong of a reaction. Would I take those other guys over Jerome Bettis right now? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think that, again, I think the staff is betting on the upside. They did this once with Bryce Young, and it's not that they're taking the son of an alum. They didn't take Rocket Ismail's kid, right? They didn't take Tony Rice's kid. They've passed on alums' kids, and they see something in Jerome Bettis Jr. from an upside standpoint. I want to wait to see his junior film. Right now,
yeah,
I think that class won't be as good as if they would have taken Cooper Perry McCutcheon. I will flat out say that. But to say it's a serious misstep, the reason I disagree, Brandon, is because of the context of how they're putting this class together, right? If Notre Dame didn't get Jaden Greathouse in 2023, let's just say that. Let's say they got some project kid that needs work and not a great player. And let's say they didn't get Cam Williams and they had some other okay type of prospect. Then I'd say, dude, you can't afford to take Derek Meadows and Jerome Bettis Jr. You can't afford. You need a more high floor guy. But they did get those guys. So if you're going to take a chance on the DNA and thinking that this kid's going to end up taking off down the road, this is the year to do it, Ryan, in my opinion, because it's not an elite receiver class. You're turning down some good football players. So you want to take that chance. I get it. It's not what I would do, but I get it. If that's a fair thing to say. I just can't go as far as to say it'd be a serious misstep because you're still getting 2 really talented football players in that class.
I agree there. I think for me, I would try to, if I was Chancey Stuckey or if I was an offensive coordinator potentially, I think I would try to talk the head man into be like, hey, can we push it to 4 here? Because Cooper Perry is a pretty good player, right? Dalen McCutcheon's a pretty good player. Is there some way we can make the number 100%. Work so we get to 4? I think that would be kind of where I would try to
100%.
But yeah.
And I agree with you 100%, Ryan. If you're going to get to 4, that would be my push. Hey, cool. I'll take him now, but you got to let me get to 4.
Right.
100% agree with that. Absolutely agree with that.
We had a question from Nathan Milton. What's up, Nathan? How's Notre Dame boats on the 2025?
Yeah. I don't know what that means.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Nathan.
Yeah.
Can you quickly put in the chat what boats is? How's Notre Dame boats on the 2025 defensive line? And is the 2025 class more loaded with defensive line talent versus the 2024 class?
I would say early on, they're similar.
Yeah.
I'd say 25 seems to have some good depth. I haven't really seen – now, again, I haven't watched a lot. There's still a lot of film I got to watch. I haven't noticed the 25 class being, loaded overall. I will say this. There's a lot more interior prospects in the 25 class than there was in the 24 class that I've seen so far, Ryan. What are your thoughts on this?
I actually don't really love the 2025 interior class that much. I didn't love the 2024 class as well either. So
I said there's more. I didn't say it was better. I said there's more. I've seen a lot more kids, including ends that are going to grow into big. What's that?
He said look is what he meant to say on the 2025.
Okay. I'm not saying they're better. There's more. Yeah. And there's more ends that I think project to be inside guys in 25. Just looking I think Nathaniel this isn't for Notre Dame because he's not going to become Notre Dame. I think Nathaniel Marshall is going to be a 3 technique when it's all said and done. I think Christopher Burgess. I think there's a lot of guys like that. What I haven't seen, and this is true at end as well, outside of a couple guys, I haven't seen a lot of high-level guys. Like Gus Ritchie for kid in North Carolina. There's a lot of kids like him in this class. It's good. Good football player, quality football player, but just not a guy that you're pushing for right now if you're trying to win a championship, right? I see a lot of guys like that. So it's really 2 years in a row now that I look at the defensive line class, and it just doesn't blow me away from a depth standpoint overall. I do think 25 has more interior guys than the 24 class, but I've yet to
I,
see
I,
an elite interior guy so far.
yeah.
And there's still kids I need to see.
I do like the big body ends more in the 2025 class. I would say one thing I would say too is that I think there's more Vipers that I'd like right now in the 2025 class than I did in the 2024 class. I think 2024 was very sparse for Viper types in a lot of ways. But 2025, I look at like CJ May and Justin Hill and like some legitimate Viper potential there. The Woods kid from Kansas, Jaden Woods, like there's some good Vipers on the board in 2025, which I think is good for Notre Dame, who needs to hit on a couple more of those Vipers over the next couple of years. So,
Yep.
We had Rob M, who said, Mailbag, is Gerby Lambert still likely to decide before the season? I know he's tough to read.
I fully expect him to make a decision before the season starts. When that'll be, don't know. But I fully expect him to make a decision. And our intel hasn't changed. We like where Notre Dame is at. There's nothing new there. So I could invent some update to get some clicks if I wanted to. And I'm not saying anyone's done that. I'm just saying, like, we keep getting asked about this. I promise you, if we had a new update, we'd put it out there. I think Notre Dame's in a great spot and always has been.
Yeah. I don't think there's a delay.
Recently.
Sorry.
No. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't think that there's a delay on this one because Gerby Lambert just loves the recruiting process so much. I just think that this is how it's trending, and I think it'll be over before the senior season starts. Just kind of how I see it.
When I say how it's always been, I mean since Notre Dame took back the #1 spot is what I mean by it's always been. I'm not trying to say they've always led and they've led the whole time. I'm not saying that. I think they led early. Then when Harry left, it caused some, the main reason I like Notre Dame is gone. It took Joe Rudolph some time to get acclimated and get up with him, and then they eventually took back that #1 spot. And since then, that's been the cases. So I want to make sure that I'm clear on that. Here we go.
We had a question from Stevie Wonder who said, wide receiver get off question. Is the goal to not dip and go? A lot of wide receiver dip the knee before they start running. Some don't dip and immediately release run.
Depends on the route. So sometimes the dip is a lack of efficient technique. It's I'm running the go route and I dip and then go. I've now wasted a split second of getting on that guy. Other times, Ryan, that dip is going to be intentional because it's a timing mechanism. So if I'm running a route where I need to let guys clear, that dip and that short first step is a timing mechanism. So if I'm running, like if I'm in the slot and I'm running a kind of coming off of a wheel route off of the outside guy, we're doing a post snap switch. I've got to kind of like dip and delay my motion because I want to let him clear me and then come behind him. Right. And I don't want to have to go too wide to do that. I want to be able to kind of meet him downfield that way. So sometimes you may implement sort of a dip and then step that is sort of a clearing, a timing mechanism. So him being closer to the line combined with my dip and slight delay, like you'll see guys kind of jog off the line and then go. It's a timing mechanism. You're trying to let things clear, trying to get that defensive back to declare, and then I'm going to go do what I'm going to do. But a lot of times you see it, it's just bad technique, honestly. And just because not enough receivers coaches emphasize that at the college level. And so it just depends. It depends on what the route is and what you're being taught, in my opinion.
We had another question from Nathan Milton. How many wide receivers in 2025 is Notre Dame taking?
You kind of answered that earlier, Ryan. Minimum 3, right?
3. Yeah,
and then
the number right now.
I'd like them to get to 4, especially since they passed on a 4th guy in the 24 class. I mean, to me, like, why pass on that guy if you're not going to take another guy?
Right.
So I would go for 4.
3 to 4. Yep. We had a question from Connor Nepper. Says, thoughts on why other stores around South Bend have the Ireland Stitch jersey, but not the actual bookstore. This is one of many reasons we shouldn't have resigned. Makes zero sense. Resigned.
Couple things. The bookstore is owned by a company that's associated with Notre Dame. It's not Notre Dame making that decision. The bookstore isn't owned by Under Armour, number one. Number two, I was in the bookstore yesterday, and I saw the same replicas of the Ireland Stitch jerseys that are at the local stores. And it's not an official jersey. It's not an authentic jersey. They're all replicas because it just got announced. So do I think they should have a big jersey push right away? Yes, that's true. But I don't think that's an Under Armour thing per se. So, but those jerseys are at the bookstore. I was literally there yesterday and I saw those. They're like right in front. And I don't like them. I think they're kind of ugly because they're replicas. But that's what they have. They have those jerseys there. To me, Ryan, it's just kind of like, it is one of the frustrating things with Under Armour, but it's basically someone who's saying this is someone who didn't want them to sign with Under Armour anyway. I mean, and so there's really not a lot that they could do.
I do want one of those jerseys, though. I do want one of them.
The ones for Ireland.
Yeah.
Yep. Not the replica, though. Trust me.
I haven't seen the replica.
They're not attractive. It's the one we were at the bookstore yesterday. We got actually got to meet one of our members. Got to meet a guy named Jim yesterday, which is very cool. And so, but I mean, to me, there's a lot of things like that. But that's as much on Notre Dame and whoever owns the bookstore as anybody else. Hey, we're going to release these jerseys. Hey, when you do, let's have a stack of them ready to sell online or in the store. But to me, usually when there's releases like that, you want to get them in the store. But like, again, I don't know that that's necessarily just an Under Armour thing. There's a lot. We're assuming that if you don't like them, and if you do like Under Armour, then you start making excuses for them. But this has been going on for quite a long time.
Yeah.
And do you know that when a jersey is released from a Nike school that they immediately put it in there? I don't know the answer to that. Maybe they do. Maybe this is a normal way that they do things. I have no idea. I just think we're all projecting our own feelings about Under Armour into these things when they happen and just assuming it's because they stink and, whatever the case may be. And if Nike wanted Notre Dame, they could offer Notre Dame more money. Simple as that. So, yeah.
We had a question from Andrew Gilmore. Says Notre Dame beat writers keep talking about Rico Flores and Jaden Greathouse. Are those guys beating out the veteran wide receivers in the room?
Guys. No, I'll just say no. No, it's not it.
I
don't know.
Compliment people without taking it to that level, right?
Today in my report, I only talked about Kenny Minchie. That doesn't mean, and I said he had the most impressive arm talent of anybody at practice on the quarterback. Doesn't mean he's a better quarterback than Sam Hartman. And here's the other thing: what can I possibly say about Jaden Thomas right now that any of you are going to give two rips about? Right? Which you all, but part of it is, guys, they write that way because that's what you all want.
Yeah.
You all get excited about freshmen. You all get excited about the new guy. You all get excited about the fresh, the new toy. I'm not saying that's a negative thing, but part of that is we all know that. And so when we're doing practice reports, we're going to watch those guys. But it's kind of like, who I've not talked about once in my practice report so far? Not one time in any of my practice reports? Joe Walt.
Oh, Joe Walt. Yeah. Yeah. Gotcha.
Why? Hey, Joe Walt's still awesome. Okay. Moving on to other things. I care more about, and I think you all care more about, how's Charles Jagasaw coming along? How's Billy Schrouth coming along? How's Emil Wagner coming along? The guys that we're not sure about, right? So, I mean, that's part of it too, is just trying to meet the needs of what people want to hear about, right? And people like to hear about freshmen. That's the reality of it. So, but those guys are also playing really well. I mean, to me, it's more about, wow, what a deep room than the veterans aren't playing well. And I don't know that anybody's saying that. I'm just saying that, or they're getting beat out or anything like that. I just think it comes down to those freshmen are playing really, really well. And Notre Dame's kind of a very deep receiving core this year. It's as simple as that to me, Ryan. It really is.
Mm-hmm. We had a super chat from Justin Knox. Thank you so much, Justin. So which team on our current schedule finishes the highest outside the big three? And which of the big three do you think is best and in what order?
Which team on our current schedule finishes the highest outside of the big three? And which of the big three do you think is best? I mean, look, in my preseason top 25, I can assure you I'll have Ohio State ranked higher than USC or Clemson. I will. Do I, and again, because Ohio State's got some question marks, but so does everybody else. I mean, that's the thing. Right. It's like you can nitpick a team's question marks, but I also know they have more talent than anybody else that Notre Dame's going to play. I would right now probably go, Ryan, Notre Dame. I would probably go Ohio State, USC, Clemson. but I won't be shocked at all if Clemson ends up being a better team than Notre Dame. They have USC. The reason I'm going there now is because Caleb Williams and Lincoln Riley.
That's
like
fair.
those those are knowns.
Yeah.
Clemson to me has question marks like Notre Dame, right? Okay, how good is Cade Klubnik going to be? How well are him and Garrett Riley going to mesh? Do the young receivers step up? Can Adam Randall be healthy? How does EJ Williams going to be? Not EJ Williams, Antonio Williams. EJ Williams is the last Williams they had. How do you've talked about this. Yeah, they lost some really good D linemen, but there's still some really good guys coming back. Is Xavier Thomas healthy? If he's healthy, guys, they're going to be fine at defensive end, right? I mean, this is a kid that had 10.5 tackles for loss as a true freshman in 2018. So there's plenty. They got a really good linebacking core. All their DBs basically come back. So, but there's still enough question marks right now, Ryan, where I'm going to have USC ranked ahead of them on the preseason ranking. I won't be shocked if Clemson ends up being the better team. And right now, honestly, just full disclosure, I have Notre Dame going 11-1. I don't necessarily have a prediction yet on who they're going to lose to, but right now, the most obvious one to me is Clemson. And then this is the pushback I get from Notre Dame fans. Well, they beat them 34-14 last year. Did you know? Yeah, I watched that game. I also watched Notre Dame beat Stanford 45-14 in 2021 at Stanford. Look what happened. I watched Georgia get their brains beat in by Auburn 40-17, only to beat them 28-7 3 weeks later. Right? Like one game doesn't mean this was going to happen. Did you watch Alabama just boat race Georgia in the SEC championship game 2 years ago and then watch Georgia beat them in the championship game like a month later for the national championship, right? Like we saw LSU beat Alabama in 2011 in the regular season at Bama, and then we watched Alabama destroy LSU in the national championship game, right? Like this game doesn't equal that. It's a completely different team, different quarterback, new offensive system. It's on the road. And what Notre Dame has proven to me is that they can beat Clemson on their home field. No doubt. But what happened the last 3 times they've played away from Notre Dame Stadium? Notre Dame's 0-3. And only one of those games was close. So that's one of those things Notre Dame still has to prove, is that they can win those games away from home. Now, do I think they can beat Clemson? Of course they can beat Clemson. Absolutely. But to just assume that's going to be a win, I don't think that's a fair thing to say. First part of the question, Ryan, which team on the current schedule do you think finishes highest outside of the big 3? I kind of lean towards, did you say Duke?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too, Ryan. Duke or NC State would be my 2.
Duke has a really good quarterback coming back, who's a dual threat kid. They have a lot of offensive linemen coming back. Graham Barton at left tackle, Jacob Monk at guard. They have their entire wide receiver room coming back, and they're coached by Mike Elko, who is a very good defensive mind. So
he did a great job with that team last year. Yeah. A great job with that team last year. Here's my only this would be my only concern about that one would be, Ryan, is when you look at their schedule. Their schedule's a little, I'd say arguably a little bit tougher than NC State's. That's because it's between those two for me. It's between Duke and NC State for me. And when I look at Duke, now Duke gets NC State at home, but they got to play Clemson and Notre Dame at home too. And I almost kind of, if I'm Duke, I'd almost kind of want to say I would have rather played like Louisville at home and North Carolina at home and had to play Notre Dame and Clemson on the road because you're probably losing those games anyway. You know what I mean? So it's like, if you know you can't beat that team, get them on the road so you can get a team that may be a little bit more winnable. NC State's schedule is not easy either. They get Notre Dame at home, but they get Louisville at home. They get Clemson at home, Miami at home, North Carolina at home. So that could be a difference of schedule. But as on paper, no context from schedule aside, I really like this Duke team, Ryan, because it's not even just the quarterback and Elko, and you hit all those points, but they've got 2 really good veteran defensive linemen, Jamion Franklin being one, who's a really good, solid, or let's say really good, a really solid nose guard, but Dwayne Carter's a really good football player. They've got really good athletes at wide receiver. The kid that Riley Leonard beat out at quarterback last year moved to receiver. He's now going into year 2 playing that position. I think they've got quality players. And you brought up Graham Barton. Pro Football Focus just released their top 50 players in the country. Graham Barton ranked 1 spot ahead of Benjamin Morrison. And I didn't look at it and say, well, that's stupid. You know what I mean? Like, kid's a good football player, Ryan. And I don't know what kind of NFL prospect he is. You could speak better to that. But as far as college football, he's one of the 4 or 5 best offensive tackles in college football coming back, in my opinion, just for what he can do in college. He's a good football player, man. And as you said, when you have a dynamic quarterback, and I think Riley Leonard will be that this year, you got a chance to do some really good things. And that's why, that's why I like they don't need Riley Leonard to just put them on his back and carry them to feats that they're not capable of. They've got more talent than I think the people give them credit for at a lot of different spots, including on the perimeter.
Yep.
So I would say them. Louisville, they're going to need time to kind of rebuild that in Jeff Brom's image. Yeah. Pitt, maybe. I'll say this, Ryan, if Phil Jurkovec is healthy for the entire season and gets back to being what he was in 2020, they might have a shot to be that team. Because they've got some good players. They're going to be good quality on defensive team. They're going to have a tough offensive line, although not overly skilled. I just don't love the skill around him on offense this year. They've lost some kids the last couple of years that I don't know that they've necessarily replaced, in my opinion. So, yeah. Yep. All right, let's get to the next question here.
From Archer says, which preseason top 10 team is most likely to finish unranked, and which ranked team is most likely to finish in the top 10? Unranked team.
Which preseason top 10 team is most likely to finish unranked? So let's just kind of look at the coaches poll, Ryan, since that's the only one we have so far. Yeah. So it's Georgia, Michigan, Alabama, Ohio State, LSU, USC, Penn State, Florida State, Clemson, and Tennessee. Which one of those 10 has the best chance of finishing unranked? I'm going to say none of the Big Ten teams right now I view as unranked, because none of them, other than Ohio State, none of them play a hard enough schedule to lose enough games to fall out of the top 25 altogether. Would you say that's fair, Ryan? Ohio State does play that kind of schedule, but they're not going to lose all those games. Georgia,
Tennessee's my pick.
Would that be your pick? Is that just the quarterback and all the personnel losses I could see?
There's a possibility that the coach works wonders with Joe Milton and he reaches his potential, or there's a big possibility that Joe Milton is just Joe Milton. I mean, that comes back to reality. I mean, would I be shocked if they go 7-5 or 8-4 this year in the SEC? And it's just like, they're not a terrible team, but like, they're not a top 25 team. Like, it's borderline.
Yeah. When you look at their schedule this year, Ryan, it's a challenging schedule, but not a brutal one, but it's one where if they stub their toe a couple times, you could see them fall out. They play Virginia on a neutral field. They play Austin Peay, and then they play at Florida. I don't think Florida's going to beat Tennessee, but still at Florida. UTSA at home, South Carolina at home, Texas A&M at home, at Bama. They could lose that one. At Kentucky, they could lose that one. Home against UConn, at Missouri, they could lose that one. And then Georgia at home, they could certainly lose that one. So I could see, if everything just kind of doesn't go their way, that could happen to them. I'll say this, there's two teams that I look at, Ryan. One is LSU. I do not think LSU is going to finish outside the top 10, but to me, there are a couple injuries and Brian Kelly being Brian Kelly away to where they could have some issues, because their schedule is to me challenging. They play Florida State in Florida week 1. 2 weeks later, they play at Mississippi State. That's no gimme. They play Arkansas at home. That's no gimme. Yeah. They play at Ole Miss. That's no gimme. At Missouri, home against Auburn, home against Army, at Alabama, Florida at home, Georgia State at home, and then Texas A&M at home. I don't think they're going to fall out of the top 25, but if they have a couple injuries at the right places, they could fall out. And then the other one for me is Clemson. If Cade Klubnik goes down early, that team could have some issues.
Because here's the backup.
Huh?
Is Christopher Vizina the main backup?
He might be.
There?
I honestly don't know. He might be. But here's my thing, Ryan. And because they're in the ACC, we saw teams win 9 games last year in the ACC and finish unranked because of the lack of respect for the ACC. If you go 9-4 in the Big Ten, you're in the top 25. If you go 9-4 in the ACC, it's not a given that you're in the top 25. When you look at Clemson's schedule, it's just hard enough. Let's say, God forbid, and I do not want this to happen because I really am looking forward to watching this kid play this year. Let's say that Cade Klubnik goes down in week 2 like Tyler Buckner did.
Mm-hmm.
They play Florida Atlantic the next week, Florida State at home. That's no gimme. At Syracuse, home against Wake Forest. Here's the second half of their schedule without Cade Klubnik. At Miami, at NC State, Notre Dame at home, Georgia Tech at home, North Carolina at home, and at South Carolina. If they lose 3-4 games in that stretch, if without their quarterback, they could fall out. But for me, Ryan, it would take one of them to fall out. All these top 10 teams, it would take injuries, with the exception of Tennessee, because I think you nailed that, because Joe Milton just may be what we think Joe Milton is.
It's a wild card.
And their schedule's challenging enough where they could fall out.
Right.
But it would take an injury somewhere else. Like LSU, when I talked about LSU, it would take Harold Perkins goes down, and maybe they lose a key offensive lineman, or Neighbors goes down, or something like that. Maybe, perhaps with a challenging schedule that could happen. But it would take circumstances. Whereas in past years, there's been teams in the top 10 that had no business being in the top 10. Like A&M last year, I think was a preseason top 10. That was just stupid. That would have been an easy one, because you and I mocked that last summer. Like, there's no way they're going to finish that high. It's North Carolina. Remember, it's a couple years ago, they were ranked super high, and you're like, they're not going to be a top 10 team. Come on, man. Which unranked team is most likely to finish in the top 10? That's an interesting one. That might be a little bit of a tougher one. Let's see here, Ryan. I don't see any unranked big. I don't. You know who it would be for me? If I had to just kind of off the top of my head, there's a couple teams from each conference that I could see that being. And to me, the Big Ten, I'm gonna stick with this. Iowa. I could see Iowa making a run because their schedule sets up nicely. They're going to be vastly improved at quarterback. They won 8 games last year with an offense that averaged 17 points a game. You know what I mean? Like, and I've gone through this recently, Ryan. I know they lost 3 actually really good football players, but they bring some guys back. But every year, Iowa loses some dude that put up crazy numbers, and they just replace him with some other guy we've never heard of that puts up crazy numbers. I mean, it happens all the time. But I think Iowa could be that team that could make a run. And again, being in the Big Ten, they don't have to be 11-2. If they're 10-3 in the Big Ten, they're going to get a lot of respect and be a top 10 caliber team, in my opinion. So they're the team in that league that I could see being that. And then the SEC, I'm trying to think of some unranked teams. Like, the problem with the SEC is everybody's ranked. That shouldn't be ranked. You know what I mean? Like, A&M's in the top 25. Are you kidding me? ACC,
Duke,
North Carolina got ranked, which I saw. Duke could be an interesting one because they play a good enough schedule. Yeah. If they can pull off an upset and then beat everybody else they're supposed to be, they could be a 10-2 top 10 team that has a great win on their schedule, and their losses are to good football teams. I just don't know if they have enough horses to be that good. I don't see anybody else. I mean, I don't see Miami being that team, Ryan. I don't know if you disagree with that. I don't think Miami's got
I think they're going to be a dumpster fire.
Yeah, I don't think they've got that kind of talent, even if it all gets put together.
I think they'll be like slightly improved. They'll be like 6-6,
yeah,
more competitive 6-6 or something. Like,
based on experience, on history, here's a team that I could see maybe being better than people think, and that's Baylor. Just because we've seen Dave Aranda do this before. We've seen him take an unknown team with a lot of veteran players coming off of a down year and be a top 10 team because he's a good football coach. And I think their schedule sets up because the thing about Baylor, Ryan, is they had some they have some games early that they could kind of start getting some credibility that could jump them way into the rankings, which would keep them in. And if they can pull off a couple upsets, because think about this, week 2, they play Utah at home. So if they beat Texas State in week 1, beat Utah in week 2, beat Long Island in week 3, they're probably a top 25 team. And then they get Texas at home. They beat Texas, they're jumping way up. Then they got out
Long Island this year.
Yeah, I know.
LIU.
Right? Oh. Yep. They play at UCF, home against Texas Tech, at Cincinnati, home against Iowa State, home against Houston, at K-State, at TCU, home against West Virginia. I'm not predicting they're going to do it, but that's a schedule where if they can win a couple big home games early and then just lose 2 and go what would that make them? So they'd be 6-2 down the stretch. That's a top 10 caliber team out of the Big 12, and they're unranked. That's why I put them. Somebody just said Colorado. That ain't happening.
I'm still stuck on that Baylor's playing Long Island University.
Yeah,
it's pretty crazy.
Sandwich in between Utah and Texas. So quite an interesting game. Quite an interesting game.
Well, they're one of the worst FCS teams, so they could literally sleepwalk through that game and win by 40. So Yeah.
So those are the only teams that I think, to me, are unranked that right now I view. Because here's the thing, Ryan. If the team was so obviously, oh, that team's going to be a top 10 team, then they'd be at least ranked in the bottom of the top 25. Yeah. You know what I mean? But every now and then a Notre Dame from 2012 pops up. You know, I mean, Notre Dame began that season in 2012 unranked and jumped into the top 10.
Right.
Notre Dame's 17 team finished the start of the season unranked. They were close to being a top 10 team at the end. But who was predicting 2012 Notre Dame to be a top 10 team, honestly?
Right.
Like amongst Notre Dame fans, obviously. Did TCU start? Yeah, I think Archer just said it. I don't think TCU was ranked last year either, right?
Yeah, they were bad the year before.
But who would have predicted that? That's the thing, is like, to be a top 10 team, I just don't see that. I don't see that. Let's get to a couple more here, right, before we get out of here.
Okay. David Lowe said, could y'all ever see more power schools going independent?
Right. I think the only way that happens is if I think the only way that happens is if you start seeing two things. Number one is there is some sort of break off of college football teams where they form their own league, so to speak. They're still under the NCAA umbrella, but they form their own league. And essentially it becomes a 50 to 60 team league where there's a rev share. But I don't know that the SEC and Big Ten are going to do that. But if they both kind of absorb everybody else, then that's kind of what it turns into. And but then again, they're not under those deals, because here's the deal. Right now, per Supreme Court law, conferences basically negotiate their own deals. So there isn't the money out there for schools to get the same dollar amounts if they're independent outside of Notre Dame. I mean, Texas would probably be the only other school that could maybe do that, and they haven't been willing to do that. The other thing is if some streaming service offers a school like a Texas and Ohio State and Alabama, something like that, we're going to offer you buku bucks to come be an independent and sign you to an exclusive deal that you can't have if you're part of a conference. But I mean, who is that streaming service, right? So that's my whole thing, is I don't know, like, that would be the only revenue or the only avenue, but I don't know what team that would be. And I don't know what, team would be willing to do that to jump out of a conference. You know what I mean?
Peacock have some money, man. Peacock's got some money.
I know, right? But that's a great point, though, Ryan. But if that were there, we would have heard that as a potential option for Notre Dame,
right? Because
they are the independent. If there was that desire for some of these streaming services to say, hey, look, instead of paying $1 billion to a league, we're going to pay $100 million to a team,
right?
But
a lot of those streaming services lose money too. I saw someone put Netflix. Netflix loses money, guys. Yeah. Like, Netflix is not profitable. I hate to tell you.
Because, and partly because they're doing so much of their own production of movies, that's their costs have jumped up, and the number of people on Netflix, because they had, I think, an artificial COVID boost. When everybody's locked down and forced to stay in their homes, stuff like that. There was this artificial boost, and
just watching Tiger King.
It was not sustainable. It just wasn't sustainable. So, I mean, that's just, I don't know, Ryan. I just don't. Now, here's, like I said, if there's ever if the whole thing comes crumbling and down, then sure, you may see something like that. If we get back to like more of a normal situation, but again, all the independents existed in an era where you couldn't negotiate your own deal. You were just, the NCAA kept all the money and distributed it however they saw fit, and it was kind of an
told you what you were doing. Yeah,
right. Once the Supreme, and I think it was 84, 86, somewhere around there, is when that Supreme Court decision was made, where schools could, the NCAA could not punish. I think it was, they couldn't punish people for selling their own, for their own media. And once they did that, the conferences started kind of going out on their own. Notre Dame goes and signs their deal. Penn State jumps to the Big Ten. Miami and Virginia Tech and all them jumped to the Big East, and it's just started the mass exodus of the independents, because everybody needed to be part of a league, because now the leagues had all the money, and so you wanted to be part of. South Carolina jumps into the AC or the SEC. Florida State jumps into the ACC, and that's, once that decision was made, that was the ripple effect, and it's led to where we are now. So until there's some sort of congressional, like, that's the other stuff. Like, if there's some, Congress steps in and says something or whatever. I mean, it would take something that is just unforeseen that I can't possibly know right now to ever open up paths to other teams being independent again. And that's why right now, I don't see it. Or Ryan, they're kicked out. Nobody else wants them, which we've seen that, right? Like UMass, right? They were an independent recently because nobody wanted them. You know what I mean?
Or UMass.
Liberty had to be independent for a couple of years during their transition from FCS to FBS, right? But they always knew there was going to be a landing spot. What was it, Sunbelt or Conference USA or something? They knew they weren't going to be an independent for very long. And, so we'll see stuff like that, but not like what I think David's alluding to. Like, we won't see Texas go independent. If Texas was going to go independent, they would have done it already. The fact that they sold out the Big 12 to go to the SEC was evidence that they just don't think that they can survive on their own. Otherwise, they would have just stayed in the Big 12 and dominated, or they would have done their own thing.
UMass is my surprise top 10 team, man.
Are we talking basketball again, or?
Oh yeah, they were really good at basketball at one point. From Siggy,
Huro, Marcus Camby, those teams were really good.
From Siggy 13, didn't Dr. J go to UMass too? He went to UMass, I think, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
I think he did. If there's a college football commissioner job out of all let me restart there. If there is a college football commissioner job out all this change in the future, okay, it's just written
out of all the changes. If a commissioner comes about, right?
Do you think Swarbrick would be a name for the search? A lot of people have said Greg Sankey.
I would hope it would be Greg Sankey.
No idea.
But I will say this. I know that Jack Swarbrick has had an interest in that type of thing in the past. Would he now at his age? I don't know. Would he be somebody that there would be some people that would be like, hey, that might be a good guy to do it? Sure. I think that's someone the NCAA would like to have be the college football commissioner because – I think he's tried to work both sides of this thing but now Jack Swarbrick's kind of taken a bit of a, NCAA's kind of dying type of approach. So, maybe he stepped away enough of that for that. I think in some ways Jack Swarbrick would be good in that role. I think in other ways, maybe not. And one of which is his age. How long would he want to do it? Not that Greg Sankey's like a spring chicken or anything like that, but, I think he would be a name. I'll say that. He would be a name that we would hear for sure. Would he be the top name? That I don't know.
The name?
Yeah. Because Jack Swarbrick's 70 years old now, or 69, 70 years old, and he's 10 years older than Greg Sankey. Right. And this is a job that wouldn't be coming up for several more years. So he'd be into his 70s when that job would come open. What will he have been doing? Because here, I guess this is it, Ryan. What is Jack going to be doing for the next 2-3 years when he leaves Notre Dame? Is he doing things to position himself for that? Then sure. If he's just kind of retired, then I don't see him like coming out of retirement to go do that.
Yeah,
that's my
sounds like a tough battle to take when you are that age.
Yeah.
No disrespect.
Yeah, it's just the time. If this would have happened 3-4 years ago, absolutely. But like right now, Jack Swarbrick had a lot of power, but now that he's leaving, a lot of that goes away because he's not the Notre Dame AD anymore.
So
he won't be in a lot of these battles. Yeah,
that's hilarious. Josh Buffo, the motivational business banker, says, "What does the safety group have to do this year for us to be an elite defense and to have the position be an attractive recruiting tool for Chris O'Leary and staff in the future?" Thank you both. Thank you for
number one, Ryan. Do your job consistently. Don't give up big plays. Don't give up big mistakes. That means tackling more. That's the biggest thing the secondary can do is just tackle better, number one. And then start making more plays on the ball, right? We talked about this in the recent show. Notre Dame's safeties had 7 passes defense last year. Not breakups.
Got to be disruptive.
Total passes defense, which means breakups and interceptions combined. Harrison Smith by himself had 14 in 2010, right? The trio of Jalen Elliott, or the duo of Jalen Elliott and Alohi Gilman had like about 21 years, just themselves.
Yeah.
So you got to make a lot more plays in the football. So I think what that does for the defense is obviously turnovers are huge, right, Ryan? And then if the safeties start making impact plays, so you look outside and you're like, I got to deal with number 5 on this side. I got to deal with number 20 on this side. And then now 0 is making a bunch of plays at safety. And 2 is now turned into a pretty good football player. 11's making plays because he's a freak athlete. 13's locking down the slot. It's like, okay, what do I do here?
Right.
That's the impact it would have. So it'd have to come down to when teams challenge you, which Ryan, you and I both know, they're going to go after the safeties early.
100%.
You start making a lot more plays, then all of a sudden your defense forces more turnovers, or even if it's not turnovers, Ryan, like knock down more 2nd and 7 passes, right? Or, make more stops where it's, you got a chance to tackle a guy for a 1-yard gain, do it. Don't lose it. And I think that's one of the biggest values that Tariq Bracy brought last year. He just was so sound on the perimeter as a tackler. And, what did he have, like 4 tackles for loss last year? Something like that. Like $180. Because he just would beat a guy in the perimeter and blow up a bubble screen. So you got to do your job, no big mistakes, and then take advantage of others and create some big plays. I think if they can do that, not only is this defense going to be really, really good, assuming the others step up too, now you have more to sell on the recruiting trail. Hey, man, did you see, Xavier Watts had 13 passes defense last year. Like, he was an impact player. Look at, he had 70 tackles and, 4 picks and 7 breakups. And he was a 2nd-team All-American. Hey, because like with Kyle Hamilton, you're like, well, of course Kyle Hamilton was an All-American. He was a 5-star recruit. Like, you didn't do it. You recruited, but you didn't develop him. You take a kid like Xavier Watts, Ryan, who's a former receiver, who was a 3-star recruit, turn him into an All-American. All of a sudden, the kid's like, oh, okay, this guy can develop now. I think that helps a ton, in my opinion.
Yeah. Ball production is the biggest thing. I would agree. Ball disruption and ball production. If I look at the end of the season and I'm like, the numbers were similar or not much better, then that's a big sign of things didn't develop well. Because to your point, safeties are going to get challenged a lot more than last year, like a lot more, I think. I think they're going to get challenged a ton. Nickel is going to get challenged a ton as well. I mean, you're going to attack the middle of the field a lot this year. And if there's not more ball production, that just tells me that there wasn't probably an impact player on the back end other than the corners, which is not good. It's not good.
I would agree. Here's an interesting one, Ryan. I don't want to end on this one, so I'm going to bring this one up now, and then we got a couple more after that.
Okay. Josh Buffalo, the Motivation Business Banker, says, do you ever see Urban Meyer making a coaching return to college football? If yes, where would you want him to go and why? I'm sure he'll come back at some point. I have no idea where he would go, though.
There is no way that if Urban Meyer said, I want to coach again, that every school is going to say no thanks.
Right.
No way. If Liberty can hire Liberty can hire Hugh Freeze and then get him back to the SEC, I mean, Urban Meyer, because he was a jerk to kids, to NFL guys and was mean to a kicker. Like, come on. Like, I don't like Urban Meyer. I can't stand Urban Meyer. I think he has no moral fabric to speak of, but they don't care about that. If you can win, you'll get a job. He's older, but he's only 59. It's not like he's like 70, right? He's still in the game because he's part of Fox Sports. If Urban Meyer said, I want to coach again, his agent started getting that out there, wanted to coach again, darn well teams would take him. Where would I want him to go and why? I don't. Honestly, Josh, I don't care. I'm not a big Urban Meyer fan, so I don't have I just know I wouldn't want it to be Notre Dame. That's all I could say with any certainty. I don't want it to be Notre Dame. That's it. For the sake of the game, it might be fun for him to go to like some smaller school, like what he did with Utah, go to some, I'm trying to think of I don't know, go to Pitt or go to Cincinnati or something like that and stay there and build them up and something like that, I guess, because he was a reason I brought up Cincinnati. That's where he played. That's where he graduated from, let's say that their current coach doesn't make it, and which I don't think he's going to be there very long, Ryan. I don't think he's going to be there very long. But let's say he bombs out in a couple of years. And let's be real, too. If Urban Meyer kind of floated to the leadership at Cincinnati, he wanted to get back into coaching and wanted to be at his alma mater. See ya.
Yeah, Satterfield.
You know what I mean? See ya, Satterfield. But I mean, something like that, I guess, if I had to, because I don't want to disrespect your question and just not answer it. I mean, I'd want to see him go to a school like that and kind of build up rebuild a school, because I think Cincinnati's going to fall in some hard times the next couple of years being in the Big 12. I really do, because they've lost a lot of talent, Ryan, and they're not restocking it with the same kind of kids, in my opinion.
Texas A&M would be pretty hilarious. Someone put in the chat.
Oh my gosh!
All the recruiting violations that would follow there would be pretty.
Oh my
hysterical.
gosh!
So.
Oh my gosh! So yeah, I just I'm not a big Urban fan, so I don't really care where he goes. But that would be the best story, in my opinion.
We had a question from Archer 452. What's up, Archer? George Pickens put out his top. Oh God, I don't want to talk about this. I saw this top 5 wide receiver list of all time. Calvin Johnson, Randy Moss, Jerry Rice, Julio Jones, and Michael Crabtree. What kind of dirt does Crabtree have on George Pickens? I loved Michael Crabtree at Texas Tech, man. One of the best college receivers I have ever seen. NFL players, absolutely not. I mean, that's it. Absolutely not.
Was the question specified that it had to be NFL? I mean, was he including?
I think they asked just NFL. Okay. But I could be wrong. I could be.
Wrong. Maybe in his mind he's including NFL or college as part of that. I mean, Michael Crabtree had a couple 1,000-yard seasons, so if you put his college production in there, I can understand why a young kid might think that, but he got 2 of them right. He got Jerry Rice and Randy Moss. Got those right. I do not think Calvin Johnson is a top 5 all-time receiver. I think he could have been if he would have stayed just a little bit longer.
Retired early.
Yeah. And he didn't retire. So he didn't, like Barry Sanders retired early, but Barry Sanders still had done some crazy things, right? I don't. And of course, Calvin Johnson was hurt, Ryan, also by the fact that he played with the Lions for a number of years. I mean, that stunted his production a little bit as well. But I mean, he was in his prime, dude. I mean, he retired at 30 after a year in which he had 88 catches for 1,200 yards and 9 touchdowns.
Oh, no, he can still go, man.
Oh, yeah. But, top 5, I don't know who my top 5 would be all time, but I'm pretty sure Calvin Johnson wouldn't be in it. I'd have Randy Moss.
Terrell Owens would definitely be in mine.
Who?
Terrell Owens would be in mine. Dude, he was great, man.
He was great. I'd have to think about that one. I don't dismiss that one.
155 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Like that.
He was very good. He played for a while too. I'd have to think about that because it's hard to just compare numbers because, some guys just played in eras where they weren't going to have the same kind of numbers. Doesn't mean they weren't as dominant. Like and numbers too. Like I'm not going to have Steve Largent in mind because he was he put up numbers, but he wasn't a dominant player for a long period of time. So I don't know what my top 5 would be. I do know that I wouldn't have Michael Irvin in it. And he was great, but I don't know that I'd have him in my top 5 all time. I'd have to really think about that one. Because especially lately, Ryan, there's just been so much production out of that position. It's kind of hard to look at it. But Julio Jones has no business being in that conversation, and obviously neither does Michael. I think Calvin Johnson, you could at least make an argument in a similar fashion to a Terrell Davis argument or a Gale Sayers argument, Sandy Koufax argument, where he retired early, but if you look at his production at he was great. So I could listen to that one.
He might be on my list. It's close.
Wouldn't you be sympathetic to that argument? Okay, maybe his overall numbers, but if you look at how dominant he was on the teams he played on, and I'd just be sympathetic to that argument. I'm not sure. Where would Tim Brown be in that conversation? That's another one. That'd be an interesting one to kind of think about. But I'd have to really sit down and think about the eras and the different times, and I'd give you my 5, and then you'd bring up a name that I forgot. I'm like, oh yeah, that's a good one, So I'd have to think about that one. But yeah, I don't know what pictures that that Michael Crabtree has on George Pickens that or knowledge he's gained that would make him be included on that list. Well played on that one, Archer. But no. Well, here's one for you, Ryan. If you were to talk about top 5 all-time college receivers, and when we talk about all-time, it's guys we've seen. Would Michael Crabtree be in that for you?
He might be number 1 of guys I've seen.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's like him, Justin Blackmon, Larry Fitzgerald. That's kind of the short list, in my opinion. That's really, really good. So
interesting. I don't know that I could have him there because he only played 2 years. Really,
but man,
he was tremendous in those 2 years.
Man.
He was tremendous. And the thing too that he'll have on him is yes, his numbers were inflated by playing in the Texas Tech offense. But we also got to remember, he had some big games and big moments and had some big moments. I mean, the touchdown catch he had against Texas was huge. And it came against a great team in a big moment. He was very good. I'd have to think about that one too. And that's where stats can get really hard because you're never going to look at a guy like Rocket Ismail and Tim Brown in college and be like, oh, they compare to, this other guy. It's hard to do, but
I didn't watch Randy Moss live in college. I've only seen highlights, so I don't count him.
Freak. The other thing that makes the Randy Moss debate hard in college is he only played 1 year at the FBS level.
Yeah.
And that was in the MAC. You know,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, he was phenomenal, but I mean, he didn't have to. We didn't get a chance to see him do it against the Big 12. Now, would he have done it? Sure, probably. I mean, Randy Moss was a freak, but you have to kind of take his numbers somewhat with a grain of salt because he played 1 year and he did it in the MAC. I mean, 96 touchdowns for 1,820 yards and 26 touchdowns. And he also returned 25 punts for 271 yards. You know, he was pretty good. Here's one thing he couldn't do, Ryan. He couldn't throw. He went 0 for 1.
Oh, man.
He went 0 for 1. So,
scrub.
Yeah, couldn't throw. Can believe it. Last one. I believe this will be the last one, Ryan.
Andrew Gilmore says the Big 12 is now essentially a group of teams who have accepted reality. They aren't going to be great, but happy to be in the conversation.
I was with you until the last part, right? Because I don't think that they're doing this just to say, hey, we're going to accept our lot as beneath those other programs. I think they're saying is, look, we need to find a landing spot. We need to build a conference that has some stability.
Yeah.
And then from there, you try to grow and you try to compete in different ways. And how can you do that? I mean, you know, again, if I'm the Big 12 and I'm thinking about how do you get good, Ryan, it's okay. You got to have some programs that bring some name recognition. Well, the Pac-12 doesn't really have that, right? Like, I don't think they do. Like, I don't look at them and say, you know, Colorado is this traditional blue blood program. Like, I don't think there's any blue bloods in their conference. Would you agree with that? Like, once Texas and Oklahoma leave.
Yeah.
I don't think Utah is a blue blood, Arizona State, Baylor, TCU, none of that. So you don't have that. But what you have is you could have a league that's very competitive, that's got some teams that you hope can ascend and start winning some of those games. You've got to be able to start winning some of these games. But then if you also look at it, they're in some states that are really growing at a very high rate population-wise. And that has to be taken into account too. What's the population of Texas and Arizona, for example, going to look like in 10 years? And you just got you've got a ton of Texas schools in there. You've added Houston. You've got the two Arizona schools, and Arizona's a state that's growing. Utah's growing. You're hoping that by adding those markets, that in 10 years, those markets bring you a lot more value, especially if those programs can be good. So I think they've accepted who they are and the reality of who they are. And so they took the money that the Pac-12 turned down. And that's why the Pac-12 is dead and the Big 12 is alive. In saying, look, we've just got to survive and hope that some of our programs, like you're hoping and praying that Deion Sanders is a home run at Colorado. Because even if it's for a short period of time, you build up the status of that program. You got to hope that one of the Arizona schools can really take off. You hope that Utah can continue that. I mean, guys, they just added the back-to-back Pac-12 champs to their conference. And the team that just won the conference and played for national championship is still in the conference, right? Like, this isn't a bunch of bum teams, right? A team that won the Fiesta Bowl 2 years ago over Notre Dame is still in the conference. I think those teams just got to get better. Like, if Baylor could get back to being what they were under Art Briles, that stuff starts to have an impact. And then you're in states that are growing population-wise, and that's the best chance you have. It's going to be hard, but I don't think that they're accepting reality. But I don't think they're assuming that. I don't think they're just saying, hey, this is who we're always going to be. I don't think they're relegating themselves to Mountain West status. I think they made a smart deal that locked them into a stable conference for a number of years, and they're hoping that their basketball success combined with growing markets and some potential programs that could be up and coming, that gives them enough to where they could maybe, you know, start jumping into some of those leagues. I think that's kind of where they're at. But they were smart enough to accept the fact that they're not going to negotiate their way into those leagues right now. Take a good deal, a quality deal now, and try to do some things to build yourself up. And I think that's what the Big 12 is doing. And I think it was smart, honestly. It was smart.
I think the Big 12 accepted some like very fun football teams as well. I'm not talking about like the Utahs of the world that are coming in, like we'll see what Cincinnati does, but like the Houstons, the UCFs, like you're hoping that a couple of those like that have been successful group of 5 schools take a step, and you're like, oh, that was a deal that we got then, right? Like we got them early before their trajectory really went up. So I think it'll be a fun conference if nothing else. We'll see. I mean, as far as like, Andrew, I agree with you because I don't think that they're like, man, we're going to compete with the SEC now. Like that's not what's happening here. But I think that they've added some interesting teams, and I think it's a pretty decent balanced conference.
And now you hope that some of those teams can take off.
Yeah.
Like if UCF, to your point, I think the UCF example was great, Ryan, is if UCF can have the success in the Big 12 that they had in the AAC, that's going to mean more than when they had in the AAC. Right. If Utah can continue doing what they're doing, you'll say, okay, that gives you a really stable program. But what if Colorado gets back to being what they were back in the day, where they were a national title contender?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you're hoping for. And so they took some, we remember we talked about the beginning, right, with the Sean Rogers comment about, low floors versus high ceilings and his wife and stuff. To me, that's what you've done with some of these teams. You've taken some teams that have some ceiling potential. The Arizonas being an example because of the way that their state is growing and things like that. Like Houston, you mentioned, Houston used to be a big time program. Yeah. And Houston, I believe Houston's got Heisman Trophy winners in their background. You know what I mean? Like
Andre Ware.
Yeah, Andre Ware. David Klingler put up some. Yeah, Klingler finished in the top 5, I believe, the Heisman Trophy voting. They've had some success. They've won. I'm looking at their record now. They've won 468 games. They have a 547 all-time record. They started playing football in 1946. They've done some good things. Played Notre Dame in a Cotton Bowl in a big game. They used to be part of the Southwest Conference, which was a power conference. I mean, so they've had their moments, right, where they've been even recently, Ryan, with the guy that's at FAU now, Tom Herman.
Yeah.
They had a couple. I mean, beat Ohio State, didn't they? Right.
I believe so.
So, or was it Ohio State or Oklahoma? Excuse me. They beat Oklahoma, not Ohio State. Oklahoma is who they beat. Houston beat. So what was it? 2016, I believe. Yeah, they beat Oklahoma in 2016. That year they went, won 9 games, and so beat Oklahoma, Baker Mayfield Oklahoma team that year. So I look at it and say, man, there's some potential there. There's some ceiling there, and they're taking their shot. But at least they're going to survive. That's the big thing. They're going to survive right now. And we'll see how long they survive. But if they're going to survive for 10 years, they're going to have some success, right? And that's going to be the key.
Yeah.
Because not every team that's popular now was always that way. I mean, Florida State pre-Bobby Bowden wasn't a program anybody was going to be beating down their door to get them in their conference, right? Virginia Tech pre-Frank Beamer wasn't a program that Power 5 teams would have had any desire to want. I know TV market and stuff matter, but if you can have success, you can grow a market, you can grow a brand, and that's what they're hoping that they can do. But it's going to be fun to see what they do. I'm very curious to see if they got the leadership to kind of go out there and make the kind of moves to maybe compete with these leagues over time. We'll see. It's going to be fun. That's it, Ryan. Why don't you go and take us out of here, man?
All right. Appreciate everybody for hopping in the chat today. Thank you all so much for joining the Notre Dame Recruiting Hour here at Irish Breakdown Podcast. Before you leave, if you can just hit that like button for us, subscribe to the podcast. 5-star reviews are always very much appreciated. That little notification bell at the top. We're getting closer and closer, like 19 days away from the season kicking off. So IB Nation Sports Talk every day, as well as the Irish Breakdown Podcast every day at 1 o'clock Eastern. Make sure to stay locked. We'll be here very soon to talk to you all, get you ready for the season. So like, share, subscribe. From Brian, I am Ryan. Thank you all again. We appreciate you for joining the Recruiting Hour here on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.